All rise.
Joseph Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salini, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning. I note that all the accused are present in court today. Before we continue hearing the evidence of prosecution, witness W04240, there's a preliminary matter the panel would like to address. Yesterday, the SPO filed F02665, where it requested to amend the exhibit list to include 3 documents that it intends to use with W04758, and invited the panel to set an expedited briefing schedule. As W04758 is due to testify after the current witness, the panel would like to invite victims' counsel and the defense to make any submissions in response to F02665 orally in court. Are the parties and participants prepared to make submissions now? Mr. Laws, anything?
Certainly, Your Honour. Yes, we have no objection.
Mr. Misitich? Or anybody, whoever wishes to speak?
Your Honour, thank you. We need an opportunity still to review the document, so could we please ask that we do the submissions a little bit later at the start of an upcoming session?
Yes.
If there are any objections.
If everyone agrees to that. All right. Yes, we will. Any objection, Mr. Potch? We'll do that. Let's plan at the 11 o'clock break then.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour.
Or after the 11 o'clock break, I should say. Prosecution witness for W04240. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Be seated. Good morning, witness. We're ready to proceed. The SBO has a few more.
Good morning to everyone.
A few more questions for you, so please give them your attention. Mr. Potch, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, witness.
Good morning.
In your SBO interview, you state Sabit Getzi is from Lauscha, your same village, and that he was in your same class in school, and that's part 4, pages 11 and 12. Do you have any knowledge as to when Sabit Getzi joined the KLA?
Could you please repeat the question? Was your question when did he join? If you can make the question clearer.
Getzi joined the KLA.
Unë mund të gaboj, po
I might be mistaken, but Sabit was serving time as a result of a traffic road accident, and then in 97, based on the information I have, he joined as soon as he was released from prison.
Lee, the son of Muye Getzi from Lausha.
po një, shumë mirë.
Yes, I know him very well.
And did he fight against the Serbs in 98 and 99?
Po,
Yes, yes.
Do you know Hetem, son of Sokol Getzi from Lausha?
e një shumë mirë.
I know him very, very well.
And did he fight against the Serbs in 98 and 99?
Po,
Yes. He's the paternal uncle of Adem Yashari.
Son of Haradin Getzi? And if so, did he fight against the Serbs in 98 and 99?
I know them too. They're from Lausha. To my knowledge, they're good people.
Fight in 98 and 99?
po,
Yes. They did, and their fathers before them fought Serbia as well.
Brother Beckham, the son of Seidi Getzi, fought in 98 and 99?
po, ka qenë,
Yes. I'm a little bit confused with the names, but he's from the same family I referred to earlier. And for what I know, we only heard good things about them and their family.
Do you know whether Jemail, the son of Ahmet Getzi, fought in 98 and 99?
edhe ajo është i Laushe.
He's also from Laos. I only have good words about them, and to my knowledge, they fought.
In this regard, do you know whether Sabit, the son of Tafil Getzi, fought in 98 and 99?
Po, ka luftu.
Yes, he did. And he comes from a good family. And for what I know, he fought. I don't know more.
98026-098128. And as with yesterday, this can be broadcast to the public. And we'll start with page 098030, zooming in on the image next to the number 23, which I believe will require a screen rotation. Zero nine eight zero three zero, please. And if we can zoom in only on image 23, so the one in the top left corner now. Thank you. Witness, had you seen this image before I showed it to you last week?
Jo nuk e
No, I hadn't. I saw it for the first time when you showed it to me.
Recognize any of the persons featured in this image? And if so, could you identify them by reference to the number with an arrow pointing to them?
po,
Yes, I know them. Some of them, 2 or 3 of them. Number 5 is Recep Selimi. Number 3, Süleyman Selimi. And number 2, Capucci, a hero of Kosovo.
Capucci's name or full name?
po më del mu për i mendë këtu.
I don't seem to be able to recall his real name now, We all knew him by this pseudonym, Commander Capucci.
And you mentioned he's a hero of Kosovo. Is he still alive?
Po. Jo nuk
No, that's why he's a hero. It's a bit tough to be a hero while still being alive.
Month and year.
ka vdek në
He died somewhere on the border with Albania, fighting the enemy.
It was what month and year?
kjo ka kjo 98
In 98. I might be wrong with the dates. Everybody knows this is publicly known fact, so I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact date.
098042, zooming in on the image in the bottom right corner. Yes, thank you. And witness, had you seen this image before? I showed it to you last week.
jo kurrëç.
I hadn't.
Recognize anyone in this image?
Numër 3
Number 3, Recep Selimi. Number 2, if I'm not mistaken, it could be Abedin Reja.
And would you be able to identify the location where this was taken if we zoom out a little bit?
jo lut.
No. I can see a tree. There might have been trees everywhere. The concerned person might know better.
8064 and zoom in on image 141, please. And witness, do you recognize anyone in this image, the one on the right-hand side of the screen, with number 1 and 2 on it?
Numri është Recep Selimi.
Number 1, Recep Selimi. And number 2 is the person whom I think might be Abedin Reja. I might also be wrong, but in my opinion, it could be Abedin Reja.
To page 098087, first zooming in on the image in the top right corner, where we'll see 3 people standing behind 2 others. Witness, do you recognize anyone in this image on your screen now?
Po.
Yes. The two Yashari brothers, I know them very well, and I knew their father, Hamed, was a very good man in Drenica. The first one wearing a beard is Sahit Yashari, and then Mus Yashari with the mustache. I do not know the others.
First one with a beard, is that the person who is squatting or sitting in the middle of the photo?
Po,
Correct. This is Sahit Yashari, the one sitting. The one in the middle with the mustache is Mus Yashari.
po, që kjo
Yes, this is Mus Yashari, the son of Hamid Yashari, a good father.
Take the document down, and Your Honor, we seek admission of the specific images shown relevant to the identification of Recep Selimi and other KLA members, the types of uniform and clothing worn by KLA members, and weapons and vehicles available to them.
Any objection? No, no objection is shown. 098026 at page 098030 is admitted.
Your Honor, I believe there were 3 more pages that were tendered by the SPO. So it was 098030, 098042, 098064, apologies, and 098087.
Correct, thank you, and they can be public.
Those are all admitted. Please assign a number.
Thank you, Your Honor. The exhibit number assigned to these pages will be P01753. Current classification of the document is confidential, but my understanding is that it can be public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you.
Witness at page 37 of yesterday's transcript, counsel for Mr. Krasniqi noted that you may have said the following that I will read to you, and that this was not captured in the English transcript. So I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to ask if you did say that. So counsel said that it was heard that you said, those who wrote Communique 59, we should make the blood analysis, and it will result that they are not Albanians. Witness, do you recall saying that yesterday?
Po, kom
Yes, I said it yesterday and I'm repeating it today.
Meant by that those who wrote Communique 59 are not Albanians? What do you mean?
po. Mesazhi është
The message is clear. An Albanian who knew us well and wrote Communique 59, he can be any other nationality or ethnicity, but not Albanian. They can claim to be Albanians, but deep inside in their soul, in their blood, they're not Albanians. This is what I said, and this is true.
Is from page 78, line 19 of yesterday's transcript. I will read a question and answer, and then I have a clarification. Question. Did you ever speak to Ramebouya about Communique 59? And your answer, yes, I did. During the first mandate as deputies, I said to him, go away. You were there, and you didn't say a word about us, and you know us very well. He took me by the hand and led me to the office of the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, and he said, I'll tell you something. I spoke to them. I told them, don't do it. You're wrong. And they did not listen to me. You suffered consequences, but I also suffered consequences for defending you. He knows this. He said this to me directly. My first question, witness, is, did Ramebouya explain to you who he spoke to about Communique 59?
po,
Yes. He said we discussed this in the staff. He knows it, but he added I suffered consequences because I spoke on your behalf. He even added that I was shot, received a bullet because I protected you. I told them that you were right. I told them not to do it, but they proceeded ahead, and now they have to take responsibility for that. And Ramebouya told me this directly. He knows very well, and his friends know very well, that there were problems as a result of speaking about the Getzi brothers.
We discussed this in the staff. What staff did you understand Ramebouya to be referring to?
Rambuja
Ramebouya was a representative of the LPK. I mentioned that we worked together in the LDK. We knew him very well, he knew us very well, and we knew that he had his affiliations, Marxist-Leninist ones. He was a devout Marxist, one of the most dedicated persons of that group. I said it yesterday and today. We trusted him.
Please focus on the question. It's my last question for you. When Ramabuya told you we discussed it in the staff, what staff? The staff of what or where?
Staben Lippekes
The staff of the LPK called KLA. There was no other staff where Ramabuya was.
Questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Misitich?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, witness. My name is Luka Mishetic. I am counsel for Hashim Thaçi, and I have some questions for you. I'd like to start with some background questions.
Very well.
That the unit that you fought in, you do not consider to have been part of the KLA, correct?
Edhe një herë për spjegim.
I will explain this again, in particular for you, because you're a lawyer. The state has the KLA as an armed force, it has the police as an armed force, and it has the territorial defense. One of them was the KLA, which was one. Those people who understand what the state is, and you are one of them, understand this. Those who don't, they just make approximations and speak nonsense, like they did. Therefore, the KLA is KLA. Within the framework of the state, there is KLA. There is no other name for it but KLA, an army.
Let me tell you what you told the SPO last week, and this is in Prep Note 1, which records what you told the SPO last week at paragraph 14. It says, you said, when the LPK arrived after the Yashari family was killed, they fought under the name KLA. W04240, that's you, did not consider himself part of the KLA. He was a member of the government forces. Do you remember telling the SPO that last week?
Edhe një herë.
Again, let's not confuse things. The KLA is only one. There's only one KLA. I was in Kosovo.
SPO last week that you did not consider yourself to be part of the KLA. Did you tell them that last week or no?
Jo,
Did you tell them that
jo,
last
ja,
week?
ja.
No. I am telling you that there were two organizations. One was for state institutions, my KLA, and another one that was to seize power, the persons you are representing. That's the truth.
That what is in Prep Note 1 is true and accurate. And now you're saying that what's written in Prep Note 1, that you said you did not consider yourself part of the KLA, you never said that. Is that your testimony? Did you say it or not?
Jo. Unë kam thënë
What I said is that I was part of the organization's structures.
That's not what I'm asking you. The sentence says you did not consider yourself part of the KLA. Yes or no? Did you say that to the SPO last week? Yes or no? Yes or no?
unë
I did not view myself as a member of the LPK, not the KLA. The KLA is a sacred Albanian institution, an institution to which I contributed with my family and as all Albanians did too.
that this is true. It turns out that you didn't say this, even though you swore yesterday you did.
Objection asked and answered and argumentative.
Overruled. Witness, you need to answer his question directly, yes or no. Nothing else.
Unë kam qenë pjesë.
I was.
Did you say it to the SPO last week that you were not part of the KLA? Yes or no?
Edhe një herë,
Again, I was a member of the KLA, but not of the LPK.
Okay. Sir, we'll leave it at that. Who did you report to? You said your unit. Who did you report to?
ne e kem pas ministrin e
We had the Minister of Defense, Ahmed Krasniqi, selected by President Ibrahim Rugova. He was our main command. The commander was Ibrahim Rugova, formally as per the law. Nothing functions anywhere in the world outside these rules.
Now I want I just want facts from you. Okay? On a day-to-day basis, you, as the commander of that unit, how would you communicate with Ahmed Krasniqi? As I understand it, you're saying you reported directly to Ahmed Krasniqi, correct?
ne komunik
Yes, from the beginning we had a direct communication using a telephone. We didn't have the modern means of communications we have now, but we were directly connected, linked to Ahmed Krasniqi.
Communicate with anybody else in a chain of command. You just went straight from your unit to Ahmed Krasniqi at the Ministry of Defense, correct?
unë kom drejt për drejt me
I communicated directly with Ahmed Krasniqi. The base of the foundations of that was in my area, in Drenica, where the whole organization was structured, the LDK.
Now is slightly different. I'm saying you did not report to anyone else other than Ahmed Krasniqi, correct?
Kështu është e vërtetë.
That's correct.
Consider yourself to be under the command of the KLA General Staff, correct?
Unë nuk kam qenë në
I was not under the command of the LPK General Staff Command, self-called or self-styled KLA.
Bislam Zarapi, Recep Salimi, Yaqub Krasniqi, Hashim Thaçi, you weren't on any of their command, correct?
ta kanë qenë pjesë e
They were members of the LPK.
You were not under the command of those individuals, correct?
unë thash ju
I said I was not under the command of the LPK, and I think this is sufficient.
You were not under the command of those individuals, correct?
kur
I was never under the command of Marxist-Leninists.
I'm asking you just simple questions and try to keep the politics out of it, okay? Now, you were also asked questions during your preparation session, and this is at preparation note 2, paragraph 27. And you were asked questions about it again yesterday. You were shown an excerpt, and you said you confirmed that someone who did not know that you and others were with the Ministry of Defense would assume they were all KLA fighters. as described in the excerpt. Is that correct?
Eller ni här, jag låter
Could you please repeat the question? It was not very clear to me.
Yes, witness. You were shown yesterday an excerpt from a book written by Maxun Smiley. Do you recall that?
på.
Yes.
Smiley had a picture of you in his book. Do you recall that?
På.
Yes.
You were KLA fighters, and your response to the SPO last week was that you confirmed that someone who did not know you and the others were with the Ministry of Defense would assume that you were all KLA fighters as described in the report. Do you remember telling the SPO that last week?
Hon kom från så där inne.
What I said is up to that time, which was March, April, May, all of us were united into one Kosovo Liberation Army up until these people came and taught us how to fight from Switzerland. We were there in Kosovo fighting, and they came and taught us how to fight.
Did you tell the SPO last week that someone who did not know that you were with the Ministry of Defense would assume that you were KLA fighters? Yes or no? Did you tell that to the SPO last week?
Eller natt gått gitt.
At that time, too, we were all united, one. There were no divisions. 99% of the army was one up until they came.
Understand the question I'm asking you, and you're avoiding answering my questions. So I'm going to repeat it a third time. Did you tell the SPO last week that someone who did not know that you and others were with the Ministry of Defense would assume that you were KLA fighters, as described in the excerpt? Yes or no? Did you tell that to the SPO last week?
Besøy që ju.
I believe you and the judges understand me very well. We were all united. We were one up until they came from Switzerland and sowed divisions.
Your duty here today is to answer questions. You're not answering the question. The question asks for a yes or no answer. That's not always necessary, but in this case, it is necessary for you to answer yes or no. Did you tell that to the SPO? That's the question. It can only be answered yes or no.
In der året kryta.
Your Honor.
It can only be answered yes or no, and that's your obligation. Please answer it so that we can move on, or we'll never get through this.
Fajtoj. Vesh po më duket jap.
I agree, but I think it gives it another meaning.
Just answer the question.
Okay.
Just answer the question. If the SPO wants to ask you some other clarifying questions later on, they'll have an opportunity to do that. But right now, you're answering Mr. Misitich's questions. Please follow the directions and answer the questions as they are asked. Do you understand? Yes or no, do you understand?
Unë po kuptoj.
I understand. However, I think that an answer with yes or no does not give the meaning to the answer. And with one word, the answer loses its meaning.
You're wrong about that. The question calls for one answer. Please do it. Answer it yes or no.
Okay. Do të provoj.
Okay, I will try and see what the outcome will be.
Did you tell that to the SPO last week, yes or no?
Qaj kom thonë dhe herë spjegam.
Could you please repeat once again what did I tell the SPO, because I said so many things.
Did you tell the SPO last week that someone who did not know that you and others were with the Ministry of Defense would assume that you were all KLA fighters, as described in the excerpt? Yes or no?
Po kom thonë, sigurisht
Yes, I said that.
tjetër.
But the meaning is different.
Now, let me turn to some other topics. You have no personal knowledge of what happened in Chires with the parliamentary delegation in September of 1998, correct? You were not present.
Nuk kam qenë pranisht.
I wasn't present.
You have no personal knowledge of what happened to Messrs. Descu and Castrati. You were not present, correct?
Kam njohuri, a nuk kam...
I have knowledge, but was not present.
Nuk kam qenë vetë.
You did. You were not there to hear anything personally. You were not there to observe anything, correct?
Krejt qashtu është.
That's correct.
Tahir Zemai, in September of 1998, you were not in the Dukagene zone for any conversations between Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi, and Tahir Zemai, correct?
E vërtetë është.
It is true that I wasn't there.
Por edhe këtu kam njohuri.
But I have knowledge about this too, because I met Tahir Zemai. He said these things directly to me, and these are also in his book.
Now, arrest of Sadie Kotsi. You were not present for the arrest of Sadie Kotsi, correct?
Nuk kam qenë, po kom pas...
I wasn't, but Sadie Kotsi was number one in Drenica, a great patriot. He was arrested, kept for 10 days in Drenica by people who told him that he was wanted from the people up. Sabit Getsi arrested him. He said to him, I know that you are a good man, but those up there, they want me to arrest you. Otherwise, I personally would never have arrested you. And who those up were, I don't know.
Personal knowledge of any of that, you're just repeating what other people told you later, correct?
Ka thonë si dikoca kom pas bashkëpunëtorin më të ngushtë. Më ka thonë mund.
He told me personally because he was a close associate. And I'm telling you exactly what he told me. He was a close associate of mine. And what I'm telling you is 200% true. He was arrested and God saved him because he took a bullet. Why? Because he was with LDK, because he was honorable. Why was he arrested during the war? Many others shared his fate during the war, and you can ask others about that.
Again, this is something you heard later. You were not present for the arrest of Sadie Kotsi, correct?
Aty nuk kam qenë, pra që vërtet.
It is true that I was not present, but he told me the day he arrived, he told me these words. Even his sons, his own sons, do not know the things that he told me directly.
Topic. are you aware, and your brother has written about this in his book, of Suleiman Salimi issuing an arrest warrant for Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Vaseli, and Recep Salimi? Did you read that portion of your brother's book?
Nuk kam djeni. Vjen vëllavi
I have no knowledge. My brother might come here and then you can ask him directly.
That Suleiman Salimi issued an arrest warrant to arrest Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi, and Kadri Vaseli.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. The witness clearly said, I have no knowledge.
Overruled. Answer the question.
nuk kam njohuri.
I have no knowledge. These are things that the person who said them would know directly, and that person will come here and you can ask him directly.
Now, what you know or what you heard about who authored Communique 59, as I understand your testimony, it's Recep Salimi, Jakub Krasniqi, Fatmir Limai told Milaim Zeka, who told Gani Getzi, who told you. Is that correct?
Amni sabit geci këtu Superman hiç.
The name of Sabit Getzi was not mentioned here. Not correct.
Gani Getzi.
The rest
So let me repeat it again. What information you had about who authored Communique 59 allegedly is that Recep Salimi, Jakub Krasniqi, and Fatmir Limai told Milaim Zeka, who told your brother Gani Getzi, who told you. Is that correct?
për komunikatën 59.
Regarding Communique 59, we never stopped. We talked to every member of the staff. And in 1998, I officially informed that Milaim Zeka informed us that this person wrote the communique. And this is official, it is noted in documents.
Yes. Milaim Zeka, according to your testimony, informed Gani Getzi, who informed you. Correct?
Gani Getsin.
Gani Getzin, yes, my brother.
Zeka is related to you, correct?
Jo, hiç s'është i afërm.
No, he has no ties whatsoever with me. He is not even a friend. He is a Marxist too. He is a nephew from Laos, but I have no ties with him. He is a friend of Hashim and the others.
What does it mean he's a nephew from Laos? What does that mean?
Kjo do të thotë që I ka dajt Laos.
This means that his maternal uncles are from Laos, but not from the Getty family, because the village is quite big.
Okay. So, all right. Now, this information from Milaim Zeka, you were told before you sat down for your SPO interview on the 19th of September 2018, correct?
Unë kam kërkuar në aty.
We demanded even publicly from the staff to know this. I publicly asked them to come out with a public apology about the Communique 59.
Question. The information that Milaim Zeka passed to Gani Getzi, which passed to you, was given to you before you sat down for your SPO interview in September of 2018, correct?
Po përpara ka qenë.
Yes, it was before that.
Now,
Edhe pse unë e kum
Although I knew immediately when the communique was written, I went immediately to his father, to Hashim Thaçi's father, because we as a family suffer the consequences, and many others too.
we're not here to give speeches, just answer my questions, please. Okay?
po.
Stop. Now, let me ask you a few more questions. It is correct, is it not, that in your witness statement, you do not identify anything that Hashim Thaçi has ever said negatively about you or members of the Getzi family, correct?
Çka do më kohë më e keqe se më shku komunikatër.
What can be worse than writing communique 59? What can be worse and humiliating than communique 59?
For the record, Hashim Thaçi denies having written Communique 59. So let's put aside Communique 59 for a moment, and we're going to get into it in a second. Other than Communique 59, is it correct that in your witness statement, you do not identify anything that Hashim Thaçi, listen carefully, has ever said negatively about you or Gani Getzi or members of the Getzi family? Is that true?
Çka ka më thonë tjetër se
What else can he say? Say everything nice and fine and only then write communique 59.
And what you claim now with respect to Communique 59, there's nothing that he's ever said negatively during the war or after the war about the Getzi family. So we agree on that.
nuk pretendoj po është e vërtet.
I'm not alleging. This is true. He did not say anything else. He just wrote communique 59, released it. Everything else that he said was that we were good. Now, on balance.
But for
Yes.
now, I just want to establish that he's never done anything to your knowledge during the war, after the war. As a matter of fact, you said yesterday, as you said in your SPO interview, the one time you met with Hashim Thaçi during the war, you say he kissed your hand. Correct?
Po e vërtet?
Yes, correct.
A sign of what? Respect?
Jo, së respekt.
No, not respect. It's completely different. He is a dangerous man. Somebody who feels is in danger would do anything. And a man kissing other man's hand is dangerous for his friends as well. This is the truth.
For the record, if somebody kisses your hand, you take that as a sign of hostility. Understood. Okay. So,
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel should not be editorializing. That was not a question for the witness. If he wants to make submissions, he can make that in his closing
There
statement.
was a submission. Just
then I'll put it to him. You
All right.
take it as a sign of hostility?
And that is asked and answered, Your Honor. The witness said that. So objection to that as well.
overruled. You may
Okay,
answer the
so-
question, witness.
Yes, you take it as a sign of hostility, correct?
Në atë moment,
At that moment that he comes and says that situation is so dangerous, I have never seen such a gesture. I have never seen anybody kissing my hand. I wouldn't even like a woman to kiss my hand. This is what I mean.
You're not answering the question. You take it as a sign of hostility, correct?
Shaj me dorë me ik, dribbling, me ik rrezik, ku veç me dorë, ka menuar.
It's a sign to avoid danger. He thought he was in danger and wanted to avoid danger. And afterwards, he never wanted to see me or meet me, and he never wanted to state publicly anything about Communique 59. And we as a family suffered all the consequences up until now when everybody knows what the truth was.
True, and we'll get into that in a second now, what you just said. Just stop.
Gjitha janë të vërteta. Edhe vetë
Everything is truth and only true.
2017, no one suggested to you that Hashim Thaçi wrote Communique 59. Correct?
pej ditës të pore kum ditë që Hashim
From the first day, I knew that it was Hashim Thaçi who wrote it, and that's why I went to his house, to his father, give me the answer for Communique 59. And his father said, I will give you an answer in 1 month. And they never did. And if you ask me why he avoided answering this question for 20 years, then ask me, I will tell you why he didn't. He wanted and liked dead people, not the living ones. And we are alive, and he couldn't liquidate us, and God permitted us to be here and to tell the truth and write about the truth, and only the truth. Everything I'm saying is correct.
Correct, because Hashim Thaçi, your brother, Ghani Getzi, used as a mediator, used Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Vaseli in 2013 to mediate his dispute with Azam Sula. Correct?
Po e vërtet që ju të taku.
It is correct that they met. But don't mix Kadri Veseli, don't put him in the same place with these others. I have nothing to say.
Your family used Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Vaseli to be mediators
Po?
in a dispute between Ghani and Azam Sula in 2013, correct?
Po.
You trusted him to be a mediator.
Çka I besova?
What? Why did I trust him?
You took him into your house, correct?
Jo, nuk e
No, I didn't take him into my house. It's a rule with the Albanians. If the host does not receive you, and in our house it is Halil, who is the older one, and not me, who is lower.
Into their house.
jo të shpi familja, hiç shpitem, kur.
No, never in my house, never.
395 to DHT 04396 in both English and Albanian, please. Now, this is an article published in 2013, so this was public news that Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Vaseli had been mediators in your brother's dispute with Azam Sula. Correct?
E kun. Cilin vend?
Where? In which place? What you're saying is true.
Unë po të mësyn ko.
And what I'm saying to you is that they were not in my house, and both of them are here. You can ask them.
Take place.
I'm asking you too.
Më ka
This happened in my village in Laush, but not in my house.
në shpinë e Jetullah Gecit.
It happened in the house of Yetullah Getzi.
Who is Yetullah Getzi?
Jetullah Geci është
Yetullah Gezi is maternal uncle of Adem Yashari, a good man, a good fighter. He has all these good traits.
My original question, no one had suggested to you, certainly prior to this mediation, that Hashim Thaçi had written Communique 59, correct?
Unë po thë pe dispore,
I'm telling you again, we knew from the first day. We asked everybody from the staff, all of us, all the brothers.
No one suggested to you that he wrote Communique 59, otherwise you wouldn't have used him as a mediator in your dispute with Azam Sula, correct?
nuk është ai për aty për komunikat.
But this is not about the communique. Azem Sula spoke and said that he wrote it and that he stands behind it. Azem Sula said that I'm behind it. But I don't know if that is true, but you can ask him directly when he comes here whether he really stands behind it. He publicly states that, but this is after a lie, after humiliation.
Question is, your family wouldn't have used Hashim Thaçi as a mediator in that dispute if at that point you had believed he wrote Communique 59 about Ghani Getzi. That's logical, isn't it?
Jo so hiç.
No, it's not. Not at all. They all knew, but wanted to know what the others thought, because it was all lies. The communique was written by Hashim Thaçi. I don't know if anything else has to be added. Everything is clear here for the public and clear to you. And there's no need to discuss it further as to who wrote it.
And I tender this document into evidence.
No.
Sorry. DHT 04395 to DHT 04396 in English and Albanian is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. English and Albanian versions of this document will be assigned exhibit number 1D00196. Classification is public.
Thank you. Now, witness, around this time of this mediation, Mr. Thaçi had spoken to your brother and said who he believed wrote Communique 59, correct?
Po,
Yes? Approximately. Yes.
Who did he tell your brother he believed wrote Communique 59?
është mas miri vëllaut me pyet, po unë
It would be better to ask my brother, but I'm telling you what he told me.
To talk about what your brother was told. So I'm asking you, what did your brother say Hashim Thaçi said about who wrote Communique 59?
unë e kum ditë që
I knew that he would take him out to take a pee, excuse my language, and that would happen often, and we all knew that it was Recep Selimi, so this is the name he alluded to, but beating around the bush indirectly, not directly.
But your brother says that he clearly understood that Mr. Thaçi was saying that Recep Selimi wrote Communique 59. So I'd like to ask you a few questions. That was around 2013. So you know then despite what you said earlier about he's never told the family who wrote Communique 59, in fact, you do know that he said to your brother that he believed Recep Salimi wrote Communique 59. You do know that, right?
He did not mention the name. It was indirectly trying to allude to this name. This is the name he had in his mind, but he did not mention it.
Brother said about what he said about who wrote Communique 59. Okay? But let's get back to something else now. Now, in contrast to...
Mr.
Oh,
we
sorry.
need to take a break.
Yes, I apologize. Yes.
If you have a short question,
No,
we
I'm
can
going to
do it.
switch into a different
Okay.
topic now. Yeah.
We're going to give you a 10-minute break, witness. We'll be back in the courtroom at 10 minutes after 10. We're adjourned until 10:10.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. Witness, we will continue now with the questions from Mr. Misitich for the Thaçi defense.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, now, we've discussed your family's relationship with Mr. Thaçi, and I'd like to discuss your family's relationship with several other individuals now. And it is correct, is it not, that your family was in a long-term conflict with Recep Salimi for many years? Correct?
I do not know what conflict. Can you explain it a little bit better? I don't understand.
To the SPO that initially there was a problem that you had with Recep Salimi in Jablanica concerning the delivery of weapons, correct?
We did not have problems whatsoever. This was a moment we were deceived. We were all united. I trusted him. It didn't turn out to be the way I thought it would be. It was not a major conflict.
He gave in 1999 saying that in 1998 your brother Ghani tried to kill him. So there must have been some conflict, at least from Mr. Salimi's side, correct?
We had diametrically opposed views. He was a representative of the LPK, we were representatives of the state. I met with Recep Selimi on several occasions, including in Laos, but we had completely different views. That was not a problem.
Tries to kill someone else. It's beyond a disagreement over political views, right?
Look, again, the interview given by Recep Selimi, I think he made errors there. He made a mistake. I think he's able to admit to that. I have opposing views to Recep Selimi. He was a representative of the LPK. I am a center-right representative of the LDK, representing over 90% of the population of Kosovo.
Then bring up Mr. Salimi's interview, which in Prep Note 2, paragraph 11, you claim he, in this interview, is, quote, repeating Hashim Thaçi's words. So I'd like to go through it and see what exactly he's repeating. If we could pull up P1749, please. Now, you were shown this yesterday. You recall that?
Yes.
PDF page 7, please, in the English. And in the Albanian, it starts on... Actually, I think you can see it there, I hope. But if we can go to page 7 in the English, please. Yes, scroll up top, yes, right there. In the middle of the paragraph, it says, the murder of Commander Sandokan is one of a series of treacherous murders. A traitor murdered Abedin Reja in an ambush, similar to other cases in our history where traitors murder great men. Now, you say he's repeating Hashim Thaçi's words there. When did Hashim Thaçi say that?
Hashim Thaçi
said that in Communique 59, he said these words. The words of Recep Selimi were denied by Süleyman Selimi, his paternal uncle's son. He said he was wrong in stating that, and we are grateful to Commander Süleyman Selimi for saying the truth together with other comrades from Danica. Instead, he said, repeated the words of Hashim. And he proved this when he stated that this communique should not have been written, and that would be sufficient.
Is your assumption that Hashim Thaçi is the author of Communique 59, correct?
It's not only my opinion, but I believe there is nothing more to discuss as to who wrote that. Communique 59 was written by the hand of Hashim Thaçi.
Again, in a minute. In the next page, he says, I personally face danger because the person who murdered Abedin Reja organized an attempt on my life in the same location where Abedin was murdered. Now, it's correct, is it not, that Gani Getzi did attempt to murder Recep Selimi?
I don't know, and I don't believe that is true. You could ask Gani when he will come to here.
Mr. Selimi certainly believed it to be true, and again, to my point, the relationship between Mr. Selimi and your family was not a good one for a very long period of time. That's correct, isn't it?
Ju, nëse
No. If your honors give me 1 minute, I will explain in detail.
Let me
Kuptoj
show you.
gjyqjet,
Let me show you.
I'm asking the judge.
Answer the lawyer's questions.
If we could pull up P760, please. And this was shown to you in the preparation session by the prosecution at paragraph 10 of preparation note 2. The page number is P076627, please. Now, as late as March 4, 2016, Mr. Salimi was publicly calling your brother Ghani Getsi a serial killer. You were aware of that, weren't you?
është këtu po thotë që paska
This is what it reads here. Based on the communique, there was no other way to call them.
First of all, your brother Ghani is a convicted murderer, correct?
kur
When?
As of today, he is a convicted murderer, correct?
kur më përpara të kem
When before? Because my brother Ghani was involved in some cases, events that were improvised by this group of people who attempted to his life, and he defended himself. He acted in self-legitimate defense, and this was a well-organized group paid by these people, by this staff, by this man who's present here today. He was a close associate of the hitman.
Rujdi Shachiri, correct?
po
Yes, that's correct.
Is what I said to you. The answer to my question was yes, he's a convicted murderer. And Mr. Salimi is pointing that out in this as of 2016, correct? What you see on the screen.
po
Yes.
You were aware at the time that Mr. Salimi and your brother were in a hostile relationship, correct?
edhe një herë
Again, hostile relationship seems to me excessive, considering that Veysel Selimi from his family was a co-activist. I was his leader. He was wounded in Prakaz. I've heard good words about him. Same goes for Dan Selimi, the brother of Recep. I've been in his house. So this is why I'm saying he made a mistake, and it would be the right thing to do for Reja to go out and apologize publicly, because he was wrong. He made a mistake in saying these words.
Saying publicly that your brother's a serial killer, doesn't that sort of indicate to you that he doesn't have a good opinion of your brother?
gabim shumë i madh.
It's a big mistake. A big mistake made by Recep Selimi. He was bitter, he might have thought anything, but it's a mistake. It would be the right thing for him to come publicly and say, this is what I thought at the time, but I was wrong.
Mr. Krasniqi, you discussed this at some length yesterday with the prosecution. I don't need to go over it, but in his book in 2006, Mr. Krasniqi wrote that Abedin Reja was killed by the hand of a criminal who was treacherous and disloyal. Do you recall being shown that yesterday?
Po shumë mirë e kuptoj.
Yes, I saw it very well. And I wouldn't have expected anything else from this group. This is what they said about Gani, about us. This was a lie in order to get rid of us from the organization. Some of them realized that they made a mistake and then they rectified it, saying the truth, which is a good thing. It's always better to come out publicly and apologize and saying this is not our communique. This would have been an honorable thing for the entire KLA instead of bringing us to the point where we ended up, us as a family and all us here.
You said in your SPO preparation session, and this is 3 times in your preparation session, prep note 2, paragraphs 14, 16, and 17, you accused Mr. Krasniqi of lying in his book at various points about your brother. Correct?
Kjo është e saktë.
This is correct. Jakub Krasniqi is a historian who wrote untruths, biased things. I did not complete my answer yesterday, but he said the liquidation of the most eminent people, prominent people of the LDK. He was referring to people who were never elected in their village, and he referred to Gani Kosa. He didn't write true things, but he wrote lies, and a historian should not do that.
Poor relationship with Fatmir Limay as well. Correct?
Krejt grupi LPK.
The entire LPK group was against the Getzi brothers. Some of them realized and apologized later, and that's a good thing. And I'm thankful to those who realized and regretted what they did. Those who did not regret writing Communique 59 made a grave mistake. History will not forgive them. History will not forgive them insulting and soiling my family.
Told the SPO in 2017. And if we could please pull up 055803 to 055808. And this is something your brother Gani told the SPO in April of 2017 about his relationship with Recep Selimi, Jakub Krasniqi, and Fatmir Limay. And this is a note of a contact that they had with your brother Gani. And if we could go to paragraph 11, please. And the same in Albanian, please. Yes. Here's what your brother said. Gani Getzi stated that he had no issue speaking out against political leaders as he was falsely accused of being a traitor in Communique 59 despite there being no supporting evidence. Recep Salimi and Jakub Krasniqi, who were members of the KLA General Staff, calling him a traitor back then. Recep Salimi called Gani Getzi a traitor in 1999 on Radio Relinja, while Jakub Krasniqi was calling him a traitor in Drenica. Now they are saying he was not a traitor. Fatmir Limay spoke positively of Getzi recently for the first time in 18 years. Gani Getzi stated that if the SPO was to discover the truth about communique number 59, it will be key to discovering other murders. Now, if we stop there for a second. Fatmir Limay, according to your brother, had not said anything positive about him in 18 years, and for the first time started speaking positively about him around 2017. Is that consistent with your recollection?
At some point in time, they all started to speak so. They were all in the same place initially. They all insulted us. Some of them were probably not aware. And then at the later stage, they started telling the truth, which is a good thing, and I'm grateful for them, including Fatmir Limay, who said these positive things, which is the truth, and everybody should be speaking in positive terms about my brothers. No one else has done a greater job for the national interest than my brothers, preceded by the Yashari family. We have only worked in realizing good things for everyone.
I agree with you that everybody suddenly started to speak positively of Gani around the same time. That's consistent with what you just said, right?
Even Hashim started speaking out, but he lied. He said, they are the best, they are a great man.
Hashim, as we established earlier, you already had been using him years earlier as a mediator in your dispute with Azam Sula. So you did have at least a relationship of some respect, at least, if you're using him as a mediator to mediate your disputes. Now, I want to show you one more paragraph.
Objection, Your Honor. Either there's a question or counsel needs to not editorialize. That was just a statement. He needs to ask it to the witness or he needs to just not say
Overruled.
it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. If we can go to paragraph 21, please.
In order to finish my answer, with respect to the cases involving Gani Getzi, questions should be put to him, not to me.
You speak a lot about what you heard from Gani Getzi, so this is why I'm putting these questions to you.
These are not relevant to me, except he will himself state everything I'm saying.
This is what your brother said in April of 2017. Starting with the third sentence, asked whether he wanted the, where he wanted the whatever for, Getzi said that he wants to uncover who wrote communique number 59, which he considers as a key for all bad things that happened to his family. His brother had been injured before, but the key to everything afterwards is communique number 59. Getzi stated that Milaim Zeka provided information to him that Hashim Thaçi wrote the communique. Do you see that?
I don't look at them, they are not mine. Gani Getzi will answer to your question in person when he will appear here.
From Milaim Zeka must have been given to your brother in or before April of 2017. Okay? Do you accept that?
Ato që janë data, janë data.
The dates are the dates. Gunny will tell you about all this when he will appear here, if you need it.
Let's continue. Now, I want to look at the political circumstances at the time amongst all of these individuals. So if we could please pull up DHT 04429 to DHT 04430. Now, this is an article from an internet publication known as Balkan Insight, and it's from March of 2014, and it reports on a new political party being formed by Jakub Krasniqi and Fatmir Limaj. Were you aware that Jakub Krasniqi and Fatmir Limaj had formed their own political party in March of 2014?
Të në kohë publike.
This was public. This was public knowledge. Everybody in Kosovo knows when these divisions occurred amongst them, because every one of them was protecting their own interests. So I'm not very much interested in this, as a matter of fact.
If we start with the top paragraph, it says, former Kosovo Liberation Army Commander Fatmir Limaj and ex-KLA Secretary Jakub Krasniqi have established a new political force to challenge the ruling Kosovo Democratic Party. And if we go down 4 paragraphs, it says, ex-guerrilla commander Limaj is a former minister in the government led by the current Prime Minister Hashim Thaçi and was one of his closest allies. But his relationship to his former boss in the governing PDK started to crumble in November of 2012 when the EU Rule of Law Mission in Kosovo, EULEX, raised an indictment over alleged organized crime and corruption against Limaj. And then 2 paragraphs below that, in a sign of his split with Thaçi, Limaj publicly supported a small party called the Civic Initiative for Malisheva at the last local polls in 2013, November of 2013. Now, were you aware that Mr. Limaj and Mr. Thaçi had split in November of 2012 over Mr. Limaj's indictment by EULEX?
Une ma mirë se këta vetë nuk I di kërkush.
Nobody knows better than they do themselves. Both parties.
As in-
Ko-
This was public, so it may also be a lie. I'm saying I don't know. I don't know what was in there. I never dealt with this, and I was not really interested.
Bottom of this page, it says, Limaj's partner Krasniqi, the current chairman of Kosovo's parliament, left Thaçi's PDK in February last year and last month criticized what he called its lack of democracy. Were you aware that Mr. Krasniqi had also split from Mr. Thaçi?
Atë ju në publike.
This was public information.
Any objection?
No?
DHT 04429 to DHT 04430 is admitted.
Your Honor, the document will receive exhibit number 1D00197, and it's classified as public.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, if we could please have on the screen DHT 04408 to DHT 04409, please. I'm going to show you another article, witness. from 2017. This is around the time that your brother had spoken to the SPO in April of 2017. It says, Jakub Krasniqi makes room for Milaim Zeka. And joining the party that was formed by Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Limai was Mr. Zeka. It says, the initiative has introduced their newest member, Milaim Zeka. The initiative for Kosovo has been joined by Milaim Zeka, who announced that Jakub Krasniqi has resigned from the list of deputies of this subject to free the seat for Zeka. So my first question to you is, were you aware at the time that you're receiving information from Milaim Zeka about Hashim Thaçi, that Milaim Zeka and Jakub Krasniqi and Fatmir Limai were now forming their, or were all part of the same political party?
They had to them, mandatory.
Can you please repeat it again, clearer?
From your SPO interview, that Milaim Zeka was the person who told your brother that Jakub Krasniqi, Fatmir Limai, and Recep Salimi were accusing Hashim Thaçi of writing Communique 59, correct?
Ganiu e kotin gjizum. Aja u
Gani has this recorded. He will explain it to you. I cannot say anything else about this.
Were you also aware that Milaim Zeka had joined the same political party as Jakub Krasniqi and Fatmir Limai?
edhe një herë, këta
Again, the persons you mentioned, they are all from LPK. They belong to a same organization, to the same Marxist-Leninist organization.
Stop.
They share the same ideology.
I have to keep repeating it. My question to you is very simple. Jakub Krasniqi, were you aware that Milaim Zeka had joined the same party as Jakub Krasniqi and Fatmir Limai in 2017? Were you aware of that?
unë kom ditë kur gjove që unë pisha që ta
I see now, I read now that that's how it was. I now know that this is how it was. It's written here. And it's his right. He can join whoever he wants. And I believe he has that right.
You know it now. Did you know it in 2017?
hiç ju merr me atë punën e fort.
I didn't deal with these things. I left politics in 2010, 12, and had no interest in politics anymore.
That Jakub Krasniqi ceded his seat in parliament to Milaim Zeka.
Ja. Ato janë interesat tyne, ato që ka
This was their interest, what they did, how they did it, it's their matter. I don't want to know, and I never dealt with these things.
President, I tender this document in evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we object because the witness doesn't know anything about the contents of the document, so he can't speak to it, which means it can't be tendered through him. Also, the relevance is not clear.
I'm a little fuzzy on the relevance part myself.
Well, our case is going to be that the accusations are made against Mr. Thaçi by three people in the same political party with an agenda, a political agenda against him.
All right. I'm sorry, DHT 04408 to DHT 04409 is admitted.
The document will receive exhibit number 1D00198, and it's classified as public. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Getzi, were you aware that Recep Salimi was in a political party known as Vetvendosie in 2017?
edhe një herë, unë e di që
Again, I know that Recep Selimi moved, but as I told you, I showed no interest in these things. I didn't deal with them.
The answer is you did not know that he was in Vetvendosie?
ja, po nuk e di unë në ato punë, hiç ju merr me.
I don't know about these things. I didn't deal with them. I only know that they were all together. that this was one movement, one LBK. This I know. And I know who wrote Communique 59, just as you know it and the judges know it.
Now, Vetven Dossier, are you familiar with the party Vetven Dossier? Have you ever heard of it?
Po, more chucha, po.
Of course I am.
Say that Mr. Thaçi and his PDK are political opponents with Vetven Dossier.
Shicha.
Look, political opponents, if you take it the way you're saying it, it is so, but you cannot say that if you were in another party, this is why I did this. Just because I'm now in a different party, I'm saying this. This doesn't make any sense. The purpose of what you're saying and why you're saying it, to me, seems nonsense. It's not easy just to go to another party and become a political opponent and then say things about the other party.
Look at what your brother said.
To yan in...
Stop. Let's look at what your brother said, okay? If we could have, please, 078531 TRET, Part 2, Red 3, at page 22 in the English, and page 19, line 24 in the Albanian.
Interpreter's note. The interpreters kindly ask the speakers not to overlap. We miss parts of exchanges. Thank you.
I want to show you what your brother said to the SPO about what happened when he spoke to Mr. Salimi about who wrote Communique 59. This should be page.
If council can please repeat the page number for English, because I believe the council said page 22, however, the transcript has only 21 pages.
Okay, just 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Is it correct in the Albanian at line 19? It's page 15 in the English. Sorry. Okay. He starts in and says, when Hashim Thaçi was whispering to my ear that the communique had been written by Recep Salimi, my brother, and then it's redacted, met up with Recep Salimi at the theater.
Cili vlloj i tina?
Which brother? I am Fadil, and I speak for myself.
My brother told him that you are from the village of Achareva, and I am from the village of, it's redacted. He said, it's not going to be possible for both of our families to live together in Drenica, knowing that you've stated in the communique that our family was leading the Serbian offensive.
Your Honor, if I may, just the version on the screen and in the presentation queue is not redacted, so the name of the brother is there, just because I think that will avoid some confusion.
That's it. Thank you very much. I was not aware of that. So Halil, I'm told now, is the name of the brother. That's
Unë jam
fine.
Fadili.
And I am Fadil. Ask Fadil.
No, I'm not suggesting you were the brother who spoke to Recep Salimi. But I want to continue. Your brother Halil said, our families, it was not going to be possible for both of our families to live together in Drenica, knowing that you've stated in the communique that our family was leading the Serbian offensive. This is something that can't happen. We can't live together. Now, let me stop there. I had asked you before about hostility between Recep Salimi and your family. Were you aware that your brother Halil had told Recep Salimi that in light of the information they had received from Hashim Thaçi that he wrote Communique 59, your brother told Recep Salimi that it wasn't going to be possible for him to live in Drenica anymore?
Unë nuk e di çka ka thonë.
I don't know what Halil said. I am Fadil, and Fadil is now saying that it is difficult for these two families to be theirs in this form until the communique is rectified. And we have addressed the court and we are expecting the truth, and then we can breathe easily. I am Fadil and I'm speaking on my behalf, not on Halil's behalf.
Is it your testimony, therefore, that neither Halil nor Ghani ever told you that Halil had spoken to Recep Salimi?
Nuk jam unë informuar.
I am not informed. You can ask them when they come, and you can ask any of them to come here and tell you.
Don't know, you can, this is your brother Ghani speaking. You can ask my brother, Halil, what exactly it was said in that conversation, because this is things that I've heard from my brother. Which brother? Again, Halil Getzi. And then it goes on and says, Recep Salimi told Halil that it was Hashim who wrote the communique. At this point, when it was asked from Recep Salimi who was the person that wrote the communique, he started to react, and for sure Recep Salimi has spoken to Milayim Zeka about it. Then Milayim Zeka told us that the communique was written by Hashim Thaçi. And for that, witness to that is Recep Salimi, Jakub Krasniqi, and Fatmir Limaj. These three people told Milayim Zeka that Hashim Thaçi was the one who wrote the communique. Now, as I understand what your brother is saying there is that it was Hashim Thaçi who first said that Recep Salimi wrote the communique. Your brother Halil then confronted Recep Salimi with that information, and Recep Salimi, either directly or through Milayim Zeka, then counter-accused Hashim Thaçi of having written the communique. Is that your understanding of what happened and how these accusations were made?
Ata pyeti.
Ask them. Ask me, I will tell you.
You did not understand this chronology. Until today, you were not familiar with this chronology of events of who made the first allegation, who was responding to an allegation, etc. You don't know anything about this.
Unë krejt çka kum ditë kom thonë.
What I knew, I told the SPO, and I'm here for the court to ask me what they want to ask. And as to what others said, they can come here themselves and testify about those things.
Now, you'll note that your brother mentioned and you confirmed that around 2017, all of these individuals meaning Jakub Krasniqi, Recep Salimi, Fatmir Limaj, suddenly spoke positively about Ghani, right? And my question to you is that in this, we say in English, he said, she said, or he said, right? You've decided to believe that Hashim Thaçi wrote the communique, even though prior to that allegation, you'd never had any dispute with Hashim Thaçi, and instead you've chosen to believe three people for whom you had more than a decade of conflict and to believe their account. Is that correct?
You.
No. I believed it the day I went to his house. I believed that it was Hashim Thaçi wrote the communique, and you don't give an answer after 20 years. I knew the very day I went to his house that he wrote the communique. Only him. And this was my conviction. This is what I believed. And I was surprised for somebody who has not done anything for the Albanians to do something like that in history. I knew that he could do something like that. I personally knew that he could do something like, it's not what the others said. It's not based on that. I knew it.
Visit Mr. Thaçi's father. Who are witnesses that can confirm that you ever actually did that? Give me the names of people that you believe we could call who would testify that you ever went to his house.
When I went to his father's house, his brother was there, Gani Thaçi and his brother, and they knew me very well. I was an activist in Denica, and I asked them to tell me within a month about this. All Denica knew who Gani Getsi was.
I'm asking something else. So you claim that Gani Thaçi, Mr. Thaçi's father, and who else could confirm that you ever went to his house about Communique 59?
With me was Nazim Lizi, Nazir Kotori. He came with me up to there, and I said to him, I will go directly to Hashim Thaçi's house, and I went. Unfortunately, he no longer lives. He was a very good man and a very known person in that area.
No one alive other than Gani Thaçi and Mr. Thaçi's father, correct?
This is the truth. Let him tell you that this is not true. I gave you the name. I told you that I went to his house.
As far as you know.
And I only speak the truth, Mr. Lawyer. Whatever I tell you is a fact. If one thing turns not to be a fact, then I will take the responsibility for that.
Never told you that or your brother that Hashim Thaçi authored Communique 59, correct?
I never spoke with Jakub Krasniqi at all. I don't know. I don't know at all. He never spoke to me. He always avoided me. Whenever I would come across him at the parliament, he would avoid me. I remember once telling him at the parliament, we worked together, we would take Mehdi Bardi, Idris Rezi, Jakub Krasniqi by car to go to Pristina. And whenever I wanted to make him angry, Jakub Krasniqi that is, I would swear at his Lenin and Stalin.
Okay. Witness, are you aware that Mr. Krasniqi publicly apologized to the people of Kosovo for the actions of Milaim Zeka?
I don't know about Milaim Zeka's actions. you say he spoke to them, they know. Let them tell you. Leave Milaim Zeka aside, your honors. I'm here and I'm speaking about it. Is there any doubt about it anymore? It is in the interest of all to know the name of the person who issued Communique 59.
And see if you recognize it. DHT 04410 to DHT 04412. This is a newspaper article, so it was publicly reported that, if we could scroll to the next page, the title is that he regrets having allowed Milaim Zeka to compete on his party list. He said, it reports that it's a Facebook post, and they post in the newspaper article in full. Everything I had to say about the war, I said in thousands of published pages. I also said in the Hague testimony, in the case of Limai and Haradinai. The opinion they want to know, they know my attitudes. Everything was public. I have not authorized a single person to speak on my behalf about the war for any of its events. So I did not authorize the journalist Milaim Zeka either. Now, were you aware, did you read this in the press, that Mr.
Hitch.
Stop.
No, I didn't.
Not authorized Milaim Zeka to represent his views about what happened in the war.
O ato janë punë tyne kanë.
This is between them, who they authorize, what they say. It's theirs. Ask me about things that relate to me. Don't ask me about things that make no sense to me and things that I don't deal with and are of no interest to me.
We'll take a break now. We'll give you a half-hour break, witness. We'll leave now and come back at 11:30. Please don't speak to anybody about your testimony outside the courtroom. Quickly, how much time do you have left, do you think?
I'd say about 30 minutes.
Thank you. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All right. All rise.
Be seated, please. The MFI P01752 is admitted as there was adequate contextualization presented in the SPO direct examination to provide authenticity sufficient to meet the prima facie standard of Rule 138.1. It's also otherwise relevant and probative. You may remove the MFI designation.
Thank you, Your Honor. The status of the exhibit P01752 will be changed now from MFI to admitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Usher, would you please bring in the witness?
Your Honor, if I could just quickly after the break, Your Honor, indicate that there are no objections to the additional documents. Thank you for the opportunity to review them, but no objections to the documents that were raised this morning. Thank you.
Mr. President, just for the record, I think that's the position of all four defense teams, is there's no objection to it. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You can be seated. We're going to have a short delay. All right, witness, we will continue with the questions from Mr. Misitich. Please give him your attention. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Getzi, we established earlier that this information from Milaim Zeka to Gani Getzi was delivered to Gani Getzi no later than April of 2017, meaning the allegation that Recep Salimi, Yakub Presnici, and Fatmir Limay were accusing Hashim Thaçi of writing Communique 59. Milaim Zeka told your brother that no later than April of 2017. And my question to you is, it's correct, is it not, that despite what Milaim Zeka told you, you were not convinced that that was actually accurate information? Correct?
Milaim
Zeka never said anything to me. The public communication we used, we made it public. I did not have any further contacts with Milaim.
From the beginning. As far as you know, you say that Gani Getzi told you that he had been told by Milaim Zeka that Recep Salimi, Yakub Presnici, and Fatmir Limay were accusing Hashim Thaçi of writing Communique 59, correct?
Gani Getzi
is a person who will come here and tell everything he knows to you, Your Honors.
You don't know, but you have to answer the question.
Nukedi.
I don't know. Don't ask me about Milaim Zeka because I don't know. Just remove it from your questions.
And in your witness statement, you already said you know this. You said your brother Gani told you that he had been told by Milaim Zeka, that Milaim Zeka had been told by Yakub Presnici, Recep Salimi, and Fatmir Limay that Hashim Thaçi wrote Communique 59. That's your evidence, correct?
Again, this topic was discussed repeatedly. Now, is it true what Milaim Zeka said? You have the persons present here whom you can ask the question.
We'll ask the appropriate people when they come. I'm asking you, and I'm just starting from what you've already said. You were told this by your brother, Gani Getzi. You were told what he was told by Milaim Zeka. We've already established that your brother was told that information by no later than April of 2017. And my question to you is that, isn't it true that neither you nor your brother Gani were convinced that what you were being told by Milaim Zeka was the truth, correct?
Kur vjen Gani ju pyet në për datën.
Ask Gani about the date when he will come. I don't want to be wrong on that. Ask Gani. What I said is true, and what was said is true.
Facebook post by Gani Getzi, which report on a statement you made. So if we could please see DHT 04428 to DHT 04428 in English and Albanian, please. Now, this is from your brother Gani's Facebook account, dated the 5th of July, 2018. It reports to be a press release, and it's issued on behalf of the Getzi family by Fadil Getzi. Do you see that? Is that yes?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
And then towards the middle, it says, our family has suffered all of these consequences for 20 years since this communique was never invalidated from this staff, despite claims. If former members of the General Staff do not apologize publicly and withdraw this communique, they will face us at the Specialist Court to uncover the truth as to whom from the General Staff is responsible for this communique. Therefore, for the last time, we ask former members of the General Staff, namely President Hashim Thaçi, Speaker Kadri Veseli, Deputy Speaker Javed Haliti, MP Recep Salimi, former Speaker Jakub Krasniqi, Ram Buya, Fatmir Limaj, Adam Grabovci, Bislam Zarapi, and all others who were members of the General Staff of the KLA at the time to publicly apologize to us and to withdraw this communique. Signed, Fadil Getzi. Right? Did you write that?
Po,
Yes,
This is written.
po është e vërtetë kjo.
this is true.
Okay. Oh, you answered my question. Okay. This is written at least 15 months after Milaim Zeka told you, or told Gani, that Jakub Krasniqi, Recep Salimi, and Fatmir Limaj were accusing Hashim Thaçi of writing Communique 59. Despite that, you nevertheless say you want the members of the General Staff to uncover the truth as to who from the General Staff is responsible for this communique. So it's correct, is it not, that you were not convinced by what Milaim Zeka told you that that was the truth? Correct?
Për mu, unë jam koj bindur ditë.
I was convinced from day one. However, the staff had to make it public, and they had to jointly apologize. I knew from day one that Hashim Thaçi drafted the communique. Then here I asked the entire staff as a body. I was interested to know who's the individual, and I wouldn't have been interested to come here if they had apologized. However, I said that I will appear before any court that is established to uncover the truth about Communique 59, and I'm here for that, for the damage caused to Drenica. And not only the damage caused by that communique, but all the communiques written by a malevolent person who damaged the entire Albanian population.
What I'm saying to you is you already were told by Milaim Zeka, or I should say your brother Gani was already told by Milaim Zeka, right? Allegedly, what he had been told by Recep Salimi, Jakub Krasniqi, and Fatmir Limay, allegedly. And you nevertheless publish this. You don't say, we've been told that Hashim Thaçi wrote the communique. You say that you want answers of who wrote it, correct?
Në interes përgjithshëm.
In the general interest, they had to come out with a joint common position, to commonly, jointly apologize. Hashim Thaçi knows this. They knew that he wrote this. He could not bring all them together to apologize, but he could not apologize on himself. He should have done this. He should have said, I apologize, I wrote this, and we would have forgiven him there and then, and not, instead of saying, I did not draft this when he wrote it with his own hand. This was heavy on our family. For us, two of the best men, two extraordinary men were killed because of that communique. Two of my brothers were wounded. And the whole leadership of Kosovo was accused based on such communiques, and many of them were also killed. I have 6 of my friends that were killed in Drenica. Nobody asks questions to me about that. 6 of my closest associates were killed, only because they were in the LDK.
Enter this Facebook post into evidence.
No.
I'm sorry, DHT 04428 to DHT 04428 in English and Albanian is admitted.
The document will receive exhibit number 1D00199. Classification is public. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, witness, you had in your Facebook post called for a public apology, and then Mr. Thaçi subsequently issued an apology to Gani Getzi for the KLA communique. Correct?
Po.
Correct.
Screen DHT 04397 to DHT 04398 in both English and Albanian, please. Now, this is a press report about the apology issued by Mr. Thaçi, wherein he says communication number 59 is an abusive communication that does not belong to the KLA. It was issued without approval of the KLA headquarters by malicious individuals. The fighter of the first hours of the KLA, Gani Getzi, and his family were injured, and I express my apologies and regrets because this statement and some other abuses happened. Is that the apology that Mr. Thaçi issued as far as you recall?
Did you read it carefully that my request was for an apology for the staff, whereas he, as a representative of the staff, says I apologize, whereas other people from within the staff say that it was him who wrote it, so he throws the stone and hits his hand. So he wrote it and then he apologized. So he kills you and he makes you a hero. And this happened, and there are many other similar cases.
Apology that you recall Mr. Thaçi having said publicly in February of 2019.
This is how it reads. And at that time I said it's good that he apologizes. In the name of the staff, he said, I apologize, but not the whole staff. And other members of the staff said Hashim Thaçi should not have been the person to speak about that communique because he authored it.
Evidence.
Any objection?
No.
DHT 04397 to DHT 04398 in English and Albanian is admitted.
It will be assigned exhibit number 1, the 00200. Classification is public. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, witness, let me just summarize here and see if you agree with the summary here. Mr. Thaçi, let's put aside Communique 59 for a second because its authorship is disputed. Mr. Thaçi was someone who had no known dispute with the Getzi family either during or after the war, who your family used as a mediator in its dispute with Azam Sula, who told you in 2013 or 2014 who he believed authored Communique 59, who issued an apology at your request on behalf of the General Staff. And you choose to believe he wrote Communique 59. You choose to believe people with whom you had years and years, if not decades, of conflict, right? Recep Salimi, Jakub Kresnici, Fatmir Limay, you had long conflicts with them. According to your brother, they suddenly changed and started to speak positively about Ghani around 2017. And you choose to believe them over Mr. Thaçi. Is that an accurate description of your position?
I did not have conflicts, only convictions. And the LPK, all of them together, tried to sideline us, to marginalize us. I thought that the staff, the general staff as a whole, wrote it. They gathered and wrote it. But it was established that the name of the person who asked Recep Salimi on the phone and asked him, don't write what is not true. You can write that he supports Rugova, he's with the government, but don't say that he led the Serbian offensive. That will destroy their family.
Interpreting now, I don't know what they said.
Could the witness be kindly asked to repeat the last part of his sentence as there were overlapping voices?
The last part of your statement, witness.
I said that Hashim Thaçi, the staff, I was thinking the entire staff would come up and apologize. I had an opinion as to who the person was, but I needed the entire team to apologize. Now what happened is he, as an individual, on his personal capacity, apologized. So in other words, the person who kills you makes you a hero, and we have numerous other similar cases. Ask me and I will tell you about them.
Pse s'po më pyetni?
Why am I not being asked the question?
You said in your answer at page 60, line 23, you said, but it was established that the name of the person who asked Recep Salimi on the phone and asked him, don't write what is not true. What phone call are you talking about?
E ka bisedë telefonike
Phone conversation when they explained this, because they were together in the same place, Recep Selimi and Hashim Thaçi, but Recep Selimi did not accept it, but he did say, adding, I want to exterminate this family.
How do you know about any conversation between
I
Recep
thought-
Salimi and Hashim Thaçi?
në për opinion deklarata e
The statement of Recep, his public statement on television, his direct statements from other comrades in the staff, Bardul Mahmoudi, who also gave a statement, because you're not asking me questions about him, Rambuya and others. We should go deeper into this.
Is contained in Mr. Salimi's SPO interview. Was that something that the SPO provided to you in the preparation session for you to read Recep Salimi's SPO interview on this point?
na djetë gjithaj po, më dje
We saw all of them yesterday here. Recep Salimi said, we can't talk about that communique because this was drafted and issued by Hashim Thaçi himself. He added, he called me on the phone and said, I want to exterminate that family. But that was not God's will, and here we are today, which is better. Don't you agree?
Did the SPO give you an opportunity to read Recep Salimi's SPO interview during your preparation session?
po e kam pari pyet.
Yes, I saw a part of it.
Na këtë akuzë,
We heard it in the indictment.
Did the SPO give you an opportunity to read Hashim Thaçi's SPO interview about who wrote Communique 59?
am na mundësin që tash po kam qepi po.
I would very much like to see it now. Give me that opportunity. Here we are.
Take it from your answer that they did not give you an opportunity to read Hashim Thaçi's SPO account for you to read that version.
Jo.
Is that correct?
I did not see it.
Thank you. My next topic. Your brother shot Abedin Reja Sandokan, correct?
Edhe një herë, unë e djej.
Again, I told you yesterday, this is a topic which is not worth discussing here, considering that this was finalized, established by the forensic expertise.
So you don't get to say shouldn't be discussed. You ask the questions, they'll ask the questions, you answer them. If there's an objection by the prosecution, we will deal with it. Just answer this question.
The question is, your brother shot Abedin Reja Sandokan, correct?
Vllai im
My brother did not shoot him, but he died. This was established by the forensics expert report. And this is with you. We can't go beyond an expert's opinion.
Let me rephrase my question. Your brother shot at Abedin Reja Sandokan, And Abedin Reja Sandokan shortly thereafter was dead, correct?
You.
Okay.
No.
Let's read what your brother says.
go
You
ahead.
said no. Okay.
Okay.
444 to DHT 04444 in the English, and in the Albanian it's SITF 00263239 00263325 at page SITF 00263306. And the Albanian version is from the SPO's PQ. Yep. Okay. And this is a statement given by your brother. And if we scroll down to the paragraph that starts right there, they started to shoot immediately. It says, they started to shoot immediately. Friends shouted, they killed us, and they started running away. I had the automatic in my lap. I bent down and opened the door under the steering wheel. I raised the automatic and shot in their direction. Then I went out, I ran behind the car, and went in the direction of a house on the lower side of the road. Shots were heard from many directions. I had blood on my face from the shards of the windows. I washed my eyes and came back to see what was done. In the car, I met Skenderi and asked him who was killed, and were those who were with me killed. He answered that Abedin was killed. I told Skender that he should tell the truth. It is worth noting that some 5 to 6 meters away, on the right side, there was a tractor with some children and women. They know the case very well. When I returned to the BMW car, my car was not there. Some guys had taken it and sent it somewhere. This statement is given by Gani Getsi. You know that that's your brother's account of what happened. He fired shots, and Abedin Reja Sandokan, shortly thereafter, was dead. Correct?
Dat is Sharai.
I have to clarify. This is public. We all thought that he was killed by Gani, but then it was established by the forensics expertise that the dead person did not die as a result of gunshots. And the first reaction is the eye and then the hand. Gani acted in self-defense. He fired shots, but it was not established that shots fired by him hit the victim who died as a direct result of that gunshot.
But you do confirm that this is your brother's version of what happened shortly before the death of Abedin Reja Sandokan, correct?
Verzioni im është ky.
This is my version. I am a lawyer. I do not accept any hearsay outside legal processes. It is true that the forensics expert report has established this with a final conclusion. With respect to the remaining topics or questions, you can ask him when he will appear himself.
Let me see. All right. Now, Mr. President, I understand that this is from Gani Getzi's book, taken from his book, and therefore we tender it into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
DHT 0444 to DHT 0444, English and Albanian is admitted.
Your Honor, just to clarify that the Albanian page comes from a larger document, and it is SITF 00263306. That will be assigned exhibit number 1D00201. Classification is public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, witness, were you in the car when your brother fired shots?
You.
No, I wasn't.
You the statement given by Abidin Reja Sandokan's wife in the investigation, and this is SPOE 00006816 to 00006855 at page SPOE 00006820, and the same in the Albanian. Oh, sorry, it's the same document, but the page is, in Albanian, is SPOE 00006826.
Could counsel please repeat the error number? I'm not able to find it in the presentation queue.
SPOE 00006816 to 00006855. Well, witness, let me just read out to you what she said.
Objection, Your Honor. Who said and where? We need to look at this item. I can't recall all the items in our collection if they're not on the screen or at least in the presentation queue.
I think I can put material to a witness. It doesn't have to be in the queue, but
Yeah, you can go ahead.
thank you.
You might want to identify who the witness, who
Yes,
she is by
I did.
name. By name.
She is, yes. Yes, I have it right here. The wife of Abidin Reja Sandokan, whose name is Saniye Reja. And she says on page, and I'm looking at it might not be in the queue, but she says on page SPOE 00006820, what eyewitnesses reported to her, and the question that's asked by the ULEX prosecutor is, do you remember if the eyewitnesses reported to you the names of the murderers of your husband? If you could tell us the names. She says, yes, they are Gani Getzi, his brother Fadil, and Avni Haja. Do you recall if...
Yes, Your Honor. Now that the question has been put, I do object to this practice. What is the point of having a presentation queue if we are going to read out excerpts from items not on the presentation queue? If counsel wants to add it to the presentation queue, that's fine. But in terms of the little notice the SPO gets for items used in cross, we at least need that little notice, which
That's
per
enough.
the
That's enough.
conduct of
Just state
proceedings
your
is what we
objection.
need. I'm stating it, Your Honor.
Ju
Thank
lutem
you.
për kthimin nuk po
Please, I can't hear any interpretation.
Is there some reason it's not in the presentation queue?
I don't know that it's not. We're looking for it, but
Well, let's find it so that we can deal with it in a proper way. If not, you can add it.
then it's an oversight, Mr. President, that it's not in the queue.
If you are you requesting to
Yes,
add it?
yes.
Do you have an objection to the addition?
Yes, Your Honor. We can't ask a question when I haven't seen a document before. I would at least need some time to familiarize myself with its content.
You may go ahead and ask the question. You can deal with it over the noon hour if you need to look further.
Thank you. This is an SPO document, by the way, so they should be familiar with it.
Your Honor, I know that there are tens of thousands of SPO documents.
As has the defense numerous times, just, and it's never stopped the SPO before from
Go ahead.
adding to the queue.
I've
Yeah.
given you leave to
Thank
ask
you.
the
Thank you,
question,
Mr.
so go
President.
ahead.
Witness, so is it correct that you were present?
Yo.
No, no, no.
Avni Hoja Kacheni Pradesh.
Avni Haja was present. Fadil Getty was not.
Present, to the best of your knowledge?
Hitch. Betem.
None. Only Gani. None of the other brothers was present.
E00006821. She says after her husband was killed, the body was brought to their house for burial. And the question is asked by the prosecutor, have you seen the body of your husband? She says, yes, I have seen the body without clothes. Question, do you remember where the wounds were? She says, yes, there was one wound on the right ankle and another on the back near the left shoulder. Were you aware that witnesses such as Abed and Reja's wife say that he did have gunshot wounds when the body was given back to the family?
Une vetëm një e di që ja ka
I know one thing. One of the statements, one of too many, that she made is that the forensics experts established that my husband was not killed by a bullet. And these people accused us that we had connections with America and whatever we say would come true. I had nothing to do with those forensic experts. I didn't know who they were. They only did their job and they produced that reports. And for me, those statements do not hold.
The ULEX prosecutors say the forensics show, which is SITF 00367274 to 00367292 at page 17. I'm going to show you two documents now, since you continuously rely on the autopsy report. The prosecutor here, talking to Sanja Reja, says, I would like...
lutem ako mundësi shqip të shoh?
Please, can I look at it in the Albanian version?
And this is a ULEX report, so I'll read it to you. The prosecutor says to her, I would like also to say to you, madam, that unfortunately this autopsy report cannot decisively say what was the wound channel, as it can be assessed only on the view of the soft tissues. Now we only have bones, so probably the situation when the bullet entered his chest and the back comes only from your description and maybe a bit from the rib. But if we had his body like fresh, or a picture taken while the body was fresh, or at least a few years after his death, we could have established that for sure. So we would like to conduct eventually DNA analysis to make sure that these are 100% remains of your husband. And then the next is the autopsy report conclusion, which is SITF 147 to 00367 RED. If we can go to page SITF 00367 so the first page. If we can scroll down a bit. This is from the prosecution file. A little bit more, please. The last bullet point there says, the autopsy report conducted in 2014 concluded that the cause of death cannot be ascertained. Do you see that?
Nuk e kuptojnë
I don't understand the language. That's what you're saying. I don't see the document in Albanian, but more or less she said herself, and I heard it with my own ears, what Abedin Reja's wife said. She comes from Lausha, she comes from a good family, and they used her for their own benefits, this group, because they needed her for their own needs. And this is what you're doing too. You're using her for your own purposes. I told you that the forensic experts established what they established, and I stand by the experts. After the forensic expertise, that's where I stop. Maybe you don't.
I had documents on this, but I think you've already confirmed it. Your brother's defense that he stated publicly at a press conference was that if he were charged with the murder of Abedin Reja, his defense would be self-defense, correct?
Ai deklaroje për vetmbrojtje, po
He stated for self-defense, but again, the first reaction is the eye, and then when somebody is attacked with your hands, you protect yourself, and whoever is attacked, he has the right to defend himself or herself. He did act in self-defense, but it was not proven that he was killed by a bullet. Isn't this clear enough? He said that he shot at him, but it was in self-defense, that he fell in an ambush, but that the cause of death, of Abedin's death, was not him. This is the truth, and I cannot go out of the framework of the forensic expertise, but I'm surprised by you as a professional. I don't know if you yourself is a forensic expert.
This way. It's true, is it not, that whoever wrote Communique 59 did so because your brother shot a KLA commander, right?
po bëj ka me çu komunikata edhe me
So is it right to send communications like that even if something is true? Why would you send communications? I'm really surprised with your questions.
Is it correct that your understanding is that whoever wrote Communique 59 did so because your brother shot a KLA commander?
ata di pyetje që ku janë këtu.
They are here. You can ask them. You can ask him, why did you write this? He will tell you.
You understand very well that whoever wrote Communique 59 did so because your brother shot the KLA commander, correct?
Nuk e besoj që është ai.
I don't think that's the reason. I think that the reason was to remove me from the political scene after they have removed the Yashari family. This group, they just love the dead people. Rifat, they don't like him. And after Adem died, they were happy about it. not all of them, but some, they were really happy. Getty family was also a hindrance for them, and we were labeled by them. But if there was another family, not us, a family that had no capital, no morals, nothing, what would have happened after this communique was issued? Everybody would have been liquidated.
Let me put to you the point. You understand that whoever wrote Communique 59 did not do so because your brother was in the LDK or because he was an opponent. They did so because it was an act of betrayal. At least they perceived it to be an act of betrayal to shoot and kill a KLA commander. Correct?
No, no. They did this to eliminate us from the scene because we were the opposing party, the side that protected the Kosovo institutions, the constitution, and President Rugova. They called him a traitor. They called us a traitor. And it came to this point for us to prove it in front of you that who is the real traitor. And during history, communism has shown that traitors would become heroes and heroes would become traitors.
Issue to deal with. And let me find the quote from your SPO interview. You told the SPO, and this is at P1740.2, page 13, lines 18 to 22 in the English, page 16, line 22 to page 17, line 5 in the Albanian. You said your brother, Gani Getsi, was the cleanest person and that he is a clean spirit. Correct?
Yes, all of it is correct. And they know that he is a clean spirit, and all Albanians know that he is a clean spirit.
So my first point is he's a clean spirit despite the fact that you've acknowledged that he has been convicted of murder, correct?
Again, the basic right in the world is the right to self-defense. They were attacked from various directions, and the fate was such that he survived. He was wounded, but it was meant for him to live. He is alive, and he can recount this himself, and he can tell you who they are, who he is, who is Gani, and who wanted to kill Gani.
To explain what's happening in the video, because you're present in the video. It's DHT 04401 to DHT 04401, beginning at the 3-minute and 4-second mark and stopping at the 4-minute and 20-second mark. And you can play the original Albanian audio, please. Stop the video, yes. Now, sir, the person who's standing there in the green jacket, that's your brother, correct?
Yes.
Tan trench coat, that's your brother Ghani, correct? Okay, we can.
Yes.
Troja presidente Trugova.
The bodyguard of President Trugova.
Can you tell us what, this is an LDK party meeting, correct? And tell us
Yes.
why your brothers became violent at an LDK meeting, including Ghani Getz, who you describe as a clean spirit.
And here he also was the cleanest spirit amongst those who were present there. This was public. He reacted in a clean way to protect something, to avoid destruction. Those who wanted to distract him, to destroy him, now it's known. There was a meeting between them for Fatmir Seydiu to become a president and to destroy the LDK within. And it's him who destroyed the LDK together in agreement with Hashim Thaçi. And this is official and publicly known. And our request was, don't do this. Don't sow divisions within the LDK. Don't do this, because this is damaging for the entire Albanian population. And it turned out that it was damaging. So it was damaging for him to become a president. He violated the constitution, and the courts back home should take action, because he wanted to damage the constitution. And Ramush Haradinaj was the only person who wanted to solve the entire situation. And we have arguments that this was his intention, and our courts should deal with this matter. The main person within the LDK was Fatmir Seydiu and Sabit Hamiti, who, in agreement with him, sowed division so that they can materialize their own interests.
Who started hitting someone with a chair, causing him to be bloodied? Who was that person in the video?
The person who removed half of the delegates was Fatmir Seydiu. And those delegates from America, from Europe, their request was, do not destroy the party, stop.
Show you one more document, and then I'll conclude. DHT 04431 to DHT 04435, ET, and the same in the Albanian. This is from 2003, and it's a report about how you physically beat Gani Koci in Parliament in Kosovo. Do you recall that?
Po mirë.
Yes, very well.
Someone had, in Kosovo's Parliament, the first physical altercation, and it was you beating Gani Koci, correct?
Unë.
Me. It wasn't an altercation.
Vërteta. Unë jam shtype Gani Kocit dhe I kam thonë.
It was an altercation, but not a physical fight.
The report is that you physically beat him. He was bloodied.
Ai ka fillu, unë
He started, I reacted. It might be that I hit him a bit harder. I did not cry, he cried. That's it.
Witness, that's fine. Mr. President, that concludes my cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Your Honours. We have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honour. After consulting my client, we also have no questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Ellis.
Thank you. Just give me a moment, Your Honour. Good afternoon, witness. My name's Aidan Ellis, and I'm representing Mr.
Good afternoon.
I'll try to be relatively short, witness, but there are a number of topics that I want to explore with you this afternoon. And I'm going to start with the LDK in the 1990s. And I think these questions can be answered yes or no, witness. It's right, isn't it, that there was a branch of the LDK in each municipality in Kosovo? Yes?
Po.
Yes.
Skenderaj municipality, the president of the branch of the LDK was Idris Retsi. Is that right?
Idris Retsi.
Idris Retsi, right, a very good man.
And now you spoke yesterday, I think, about the emergency council in Skenderaj. There were other councils as well which did important work, such as the education council and the financial council. That's correct, isn't it?
Po.
Correct. That's correct.
Those councils in each municipality worked closely together with the branch president. That's how it worked, isn't it?
Po.
Correct.
Have I understood correctly that at least at the start of 1998, each branch or each municipality was sending 2 representatives every Friday to Pristina to meet with the LDK at the central level in the Writers' Association building?
Po.
Correct.
And as president of the Skenderaj branch, Idris Retsi attended those meetings, correct?
Po.
Correct. On many occasions, him and myself.
On many occasions from Glogoc municipality, the meetings were attended by Mehdi Bardi and Jakub Kuznici. That's right, isn't it?
Po e vërtet. Unë
That's correct. I drove them there on many occasions.
In turn, just dealing with Mr. Krasniqi for a moment, it's right, isn't it, that he was elected as a member of the Assembly for the LDK in 1992. You're aware of that?
I know very well about this municipality of Skanderai because it's my municipality, but I'm assuming most probably the same went for the other municipality.
I see. I think I understand your answer because you of course know about the LDK in Skanderai municipality, but Mr. Krasniqi was involved in Glogoc municipality, a different municipality, correct?
Drenas, right. It's in Drenica, but it's a separate municipality.
Just to be clear for the record, you used the word Drenas, I've used the word Glogoc. We're talking about the same municipality, aren't we?
Yes, the same municipality.
And by 1998, Jakub Krasniqi had become president of the LDK branch in Glogoc, Drenas, by winning an election against Mehdi Bardi. That's correct, isn't it?
Could you please ask the question again?
Yes. What I'm putting to you is that by 1998, Jakub Krasniqi was the chairman of the LDK branch in Glogoc, or Drenas, having won an election against Mehdi Bardi for that position. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. However, with your permission, I would need to give a further clarification.
A clarification on that point, thank you. But what is correct is that at this time, Mr. Krasniqi was based with the LDK in Glogoc, in Drenas. He was not based in Pristina, was he?
From day one, there is a mistake I made with respect to Drenica, and which I recognize. It's a historical mistake I made. I hope Drenica will forgive me. I understood Jakub Krasniqi. It was my influence. Ganikovac and Jakub Krasniqi were not elected by votes, but selected. They were never members of the LDK, but members of the LPK. They wanted to take over the presidency chairmanship without having members. It is indeed true what you stated, that they were involved in the LDK. There was an extraordinary meeting or council, and they ended up being in those positions. And then they would salute with a clenched fist.
Same issue that you were having with previous council asking you questions. I asked you a question which had a yes or no answer, and you've gone on to give a speech which I don't think answers the question. All I'm putting to you is that Mr. Krasniqi was based with the LDK municipality.
In very specific terms for you to understand, to have a comprehensive view and understanding of this.
In terms, Mr. Krasniqi was not based in Pristina at this time, was he?
He spent all his days in Pristina, and he would tell us, God may help you for the war. But they would hold conferences almost every day in Pristina and then call us on the phone and say, may God help you. God help us.
This isn't correct, witness. When are you saying that Jakub Krasniqi spent all of his days in Pristina?
في مورست
For March, from the assault on the Ashari family, until the moment he became a spokesperson, he was active in Pristina, in Drenas, with the delegates, making moves here and there. We were at war and they were fighting to take control of the LDK. He was competing against Mehdi Bardi to take over the presidency of the LDK without having any supporters or members, because he was not a member at all. Let's be honest and say the truth. The truth helps us all. I respected him. I did a lot for him and for Ganikosa. I'm the person who supported them the most, and I was in turn rewarded with bad things.
Down a moment then. First of all, you said he was not a member at all. Jakub Kuznici was certainly a member of the LDK at that time, wasn't he?
ka qenë antar fals.
He was a fake member. The LDK was the people, the entire people. He wanted to take over the castle from inside, creating a certain group and then take over the presidency. And this was finally confirmed when President Rugova removed all of them, the individuals belonging of this category. This is a public knowledge to everyone, including to the people of Kosovo. The last council of the party, President Rugova removed all of them.
Translation.
I'm going to ask you one more time, witness, to concentrate on the question that I'm asking and to answer that question without giving these speeches, okay? Now, you then also said he was competing against Mehdi Bardi to take over the presidency of the LDK without having any supporters or members. But the truth is, Mr. Kuznici did win the vote and did become the chairman of the LDK in that municipality, didn't he? Yes or no?
Po nuk I shkoi rregullt.
It was not a proper process. Something was falsified there. His election was challenged and annulled by the central authorities. Then there was an extraordinary council and a decision affirmed that, but this costed him. He was beaten up with a wooden stake by his friends.
The reality is, Jakub Kuznici was...
But everybody needs to know how things unfolded actually.
The authorities confirmed, the LDK authorities confirmed Jakub Kuznici as the chairman of the branch in Drenas, Glogoc, didn't they?
You?
No.
Move on.
You?
Now,
no, it's not my position, but the central presidency chairmanship contested this. And then there was an extraordinary convention because there were irregularities. And on the second occasion, Mehdi was elected, a very wise and strong man from Drenica. And he was always close to Jakub and willing to help him, but it's not his habit, but he did not reward his support in the right way.
I'm just going to read back to you, witness, because we didn't need to go here, but you've gone there. I'm going to read back to you what you said to the SPO in September of 2018. And for those following, it's part 4, page 3 of 053034. I don't know whether, and this is your words, I don't know whether it was the end of 97 or the beginning of 1998. It was when the congresses were held and Jakub Kusnici was chosen as president. He took that instead of Mehdi Bardi. Mehdi Bardi contested it as irregular and called for an extraordinary convention, and he got it again. Jakub Kusnici was elected once again. That's what you said in 2018, isn't it, witness?
The interpretation is erroneous. When we say it's disputable, it is because of irregularities. The central authorities have to establish if there were irregularities. So they had to have an extraordinary Congress to rule on that. These are tasks to be dealt with by the central authority. There were irregularities, and the Second Congress was held. Jakub and Mehdi Bardi, they know this, and the people in Drenas know.
Now, I'm being told that there's a line missed on the translation at page 81, line 12. Did you say he is a good friend of mine, but he didn't have to use the fist? Did you say that? Around 3 pages back in the transcript?
And to this day, I have respect for that man. I respect him very much. I liked Jakub, but he had other convictions, and he is saluted by fist. It's his ideology. You can't remove it from him. He's been brainwashed like that, but nevertheless, he's a good man, and I like him.
Now, during this period, towards the start of 1998, you were from different municipalities. You were not working directly together with Jakub Kusnici, were you?
No, but we were very close when we were in tough times against Serbia. We were together.
Jumping ahead a little bit, you also told the prosecution in your interview back in 2018 that you didn't personally discuss with Jakub Kusnici why he left the LDK. That was part 4, page 4, beginning at line 10. That's right, isn't it? You haven't had a conversation with Mr. Kusnici about why he left the LDK.
Jakub Kusnici.
I did not discuss this because I was not able to discuss it at all, because I was the worst opponent to him. I'm sorry, Jakub, you knew me very well and that you said what you said, but to allow your political convictions to take you to that, to go to that point, to say things you said about me, criminal and this and that. However, no matter what, I have a great deal of respect for Jakub. I know sometimes he gets a bit bitter and he has some diabetes or sugar level problems, but I have a great deal of respect for him. But he was not fair in his writings about the Gezi brothers. He was not right.
Your answer, I think, was to agree with me that you did not discuss with Mr. Kusnici why he left the LDK. That's right, isn't it? Yes or no?
He did not talk to me anymore at all. He became an important man, and he didn't deal with Fadil at all. Not about good things, but he even got involved in some bad things.
The reason you haven't spoken to him is that you didn't have a personal relationship with him so that you would discuss these kind of matters, did you?
ai s'ka pas bo marrëdhënie me
He had no relationship with me anymore. He never spoke to me again. I never spoke to him again, which I regret.
Now, you've told the prosecution
Çka I vysha unë më Jakub Krasniqi?
He didn't need me anymore for anything. He became an important person, and I was nobody.
You told the prosecution last week that Jakub Krasniqi was always an LPK person. And I'm putting it to you directly, witness. Jakub Krasniqi was never a member of the LPK, was he?
Jakub Krasniqi
Jakub Krasniqi was from the OMLK, the Marxist-Leninist organization. And he fought as a lion in that sense. This is the truth. A Marxist-Leninist organization which called America an enemy is damaging to Albanians. He served time in prison, he suffered a lot, now damaging us again is not the right thing to do. We respected all these men who went through hardship in the prisons. But then we reached this point when our paths went different ways.
A member of the LPK, was he?
ka qenë antar
He was a member of the OMLK, the Marxist-Leninist organization, which transformed into LPK, then leftists, and then when they gathered and collected some wealth, they moved to the right. So this is what they did.
To testify to the truth, and I'm just putting it to you clearly, Jakub Krasniqi was not a member of the LPK. That's right, isn't it?
unë po them që
How would you know? You're saying this, I'm saying something different. This was a Marxist-Leninist organization transformed into LPK, which then transformed into LBD, then into something else. And then they ended up being a leftist organization, saluting with a clenched fist, which was damaging. This is a communist, leftist organization. I don't understand how Jakub wouldn't realize that America was there. If Russia had been there, they would have wiped us out as a nation. I had 6 friends from Drenica that were killed. The best possible men. Hakim Eric, Jafer Derani. Batir Kasrati was threatened. Ismet Rahmani was killed.
I want to answer that question, so I've got another one for you. Could we have on the screen, please, DJK 01051? It's the same in the Albanian and in the English. Now, you will see from the top of the first page, sir, that this is an article called The First Meeting of the KLA with American Diplomats. It's dated the 6th of December 2023, and it's from an exclusive interview with Badil Mahmouti. Pausing there, you've mentioned Badil Mahmouti in your preparation session, and you knew that he was an LPK member in Switzerland. That's correct, isn't it?
unë e di që ka qenë.
I know that he was. Now he can make this clear himself.
Yes, and I correct the transcript. I think at line 14 it says LDK member. To be very clear, Badil Mahmouti was an LPK member in Switzerland. That's right, isn't it?
This is true to my knowledge. I might be wrong, LPK or LDK. They were in the same organization, leftist. They had a communist approach and mindset to seize power. Proletarians of all countries unite. All thugs and losers and useless and low life, get something on your hands and do whatever you can and seize power. This is the truth. But things didn't turn out that way, and thank God they didn't. And we suffered consequences as a result of this.
Second page of this article. And it's the fourth and fifth paragraphs, please. Now, it's very clear there, isn't it, that Badil Mahmouti, who is himself a member of the LPK, makes it quite clear Jakub Kuznici had never been a member of the LPK. Now, Badil Mahmouti would know who was a member of the LPK and who wasn't, wouldn't he?
This is for them to say. Jakub Krasniqi was sentenced as a member of the OMLK, the Marxist-Leninist organization. The Marxist-Leninist organization.
Through the years 1992 to 1998, Jakub Kuznici worked with the LDK in his municipality in Gogolz, not with the LPK.
This is a different thing. The LDK was 99% in a place. As a good man whom we had a great deal of respect for, whom we selected without votes with my support, so he acted inside, operated until the moment came for him to seize the chairmanship without members. The LPK had no members, they were all LDK. There were some. Recep Josya ran for office and he received 1,000 votes. None of them had any members.
Answer at the bottom of this page, because Badil Mahmouti was asked in this interview, in what sense was the appointment of Jakub Kuznici as KLA spokesperson a strong argument in your hands? And then the English comes over onto the next page, please. He responds, because it was indisputable evidence that the LPK's will was to unite all Albanians for the liberation of the country, regardless of class, ideological, party, religious or regional differences. And that was the point, wasn't it? Bringing in Jakub Kuznici as someone from the LDK was helpful to the KLA because it showed that they weren't just LPK. That's why he was appointed, isn't it?
No, not at all. He did not say the truth at all here. He avoided the truth. Because Mahmouti fought him with all his strength. If it were for Badil Mahmouti, Jakub Krasniqi would have never become what he did become. They had the same exact ideology, the one coming from the Marxist-Leninist organization. The only thing Jakub shouldn't have done is speak against the Getzi brothers. Why, Jakub, would you do that? Why would you write that in your history books for the Getzi brothers who supported you so much? You know that the LDK could only have and organize gatherings and rallies in Laos because of the Getzi brothers, not in Shiraz or Livashan. The only persons who could assure you to have those rallies was the Getzi brothers.
In your evidence on the facts, but not in these political speeches. Can I take it from your answers that you add Badil Mahmouti to the list of people that you've accused in this courtroom of lying?
I swear on my life that what I'm saying is absolutely true and facts.
Are you saying that Badil Mahmouti is another person that you've accused over the last 2 days of lying? Is that right?
He said that Badil Mahmouti and the entire team fought the LDK with everything they had. They had nothing to do with the LDK. The LDK was an obstacle to their ambitions. In Derenis, the 4 largest communities, Jafer Bayrami was killed, Haki Imeri, 2 twice graduated. Ismet Rahmani, the founder of the academy, the first military academy in Asharev, was killed. Other people were threatened. They wanted to remove completely the LDK. They made a mistake and they damaged Kosovo. It would have been better to recognize the institutions, to recognize the state, and to vote for the state. Fight for the state.
This court to make your political statements. I'm going to move on to a different individual in the couple of moments before the lunch break. You've spoken about Rambuya earlier today. It's right, isn't it, that he had been part of the LDK presidency? That's correct, isn't it?
All the former prisoners who were released in the 90s were very much loved by us, respected, honored. We did everything for them. I did everything, and the people of Kosovo did. And we accepted we welcomed in our midst.
LDK presidency, wasn't he? Yes or no?
Yes, he was. And he was the chairman of the Libyan branch. But he was a Marxist-Leninist. Rambuya was a devoted Marxist-Leninist, although he was a good man and a wise man, and he still is.
Anyone else is accused of being a Leninist?
Witness, we will be breaking for lunch. We will be breaking for lunch now. We'll break for an hour and a half. You'll be back here at 2:30. Please do not speak to anyone outside the courtroom about your testimony in court.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I just ask if there's an update in terms of timing, just to know whether to keep the next witness here for this final session or whether he should be released?
Yes, how much longer will you be? Not questioning it, I just need to know.
It's taken a little bit longer than I was perhaps intending so far. No more than an hour, certainly. I'll hope to do it in less than that, but it's...
Since we're going to break now, and he has at least half hour to 45 minutes or so, and you'll have perhaps some redirect, we don't know that, and the judges will have some questions, I think you can release the witness the second witness for today, and hopefully we can start with him early in the morning. All right, we are adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Ms. Flowen, you're on your feet.
I am, Your Honour, yes. If I might raise an administrative matter very briefly, please, before the witness comes in. Today, the SPO filed filing number 2667, which is their bar table motion. There has been inter-parties correspondence, and we would ask the panel for an extension of time to respond until the 15th of November, which is the Friday of the next break, and that is unopposed by the SPO. Yes, thank you.
With an agreement of the parties, I will certainly confirm that.
Thank you.
The extension is to close of business on the 15th of November. All right, Mr. Getchy. Mr. Ellis has some more questions for you. Please give him your attention. Go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Your Honour. Witness, just before the lunch break, we were talking about Rambuya. And earlier this morning at page 9 in the transcript, you stated that Rambuya told you, "I suffered consequences because I spoke on your behalf." He even added that I was shot, I received a bullet because I protected you. Do you recall saying that this morning?
Oh,
Yes.
And in your preparation note last week, preparation note 2, paragraph 18, you said that Rambuya actually showed you a scar on his face. Is that right?
po është e vërtetë.
Yes, that's right.
Edhe në gishtë ka pos.
And one on his finger.
SITF 00009397. If you could scroll down a little bit, please. Yes, you'll see that this is from the testimony of Shukri Buya on the 26th of September 2011 in a case called Arben Krasniqi et al. Shukri Buya, you'll know, is the brother of Rambuya. That's right, isn't it?
I just know that he is his brother, but I have nothing to do with Shukri Buya. I do know Ram, but I had nothing ever to do with Shukri Buya.
All I've asked you so far is to confirm that he's the brother. So if we can move on, please, in the It's the same document in the English and in the Albanian, but in the English it's to page 9401, and the Albanian it's page 9412. If we could scroll down a little in the English, please. He's dealing here with the period the end of March or April 1999. And he's asked, was it a serious wound, the one that your brother had? Shukribuya, yes, he got wounded here. The witness shows with his finger at his neck, just below the jaw. I'm not sure if it was on the left or right side. Question, how did you know that he was wounded? Shukribuya, we were together when it happened. We were visiting our positions together with Fatmir Limay. There were also some soldiers who had taken their positions. A shooting happened and Ram was wounded. We withdrew very fast and were obliged to carry him back to the hospital. I and other soldiers carried him to the car and drove him to the hospital. Question 49, did anyone else get wounded during the shootout? Shukribuya, I received some bruises in my leg, but it was not a wound. I think I was hit by parts of a fragment of ammunition or dum-dum bullet. I was not hospitalized. So it's very clear that Shukribuya is saying that the injury to Rambuya's face came from shooting in the spring of 1999. That's right, isn't it?
Inshallah qashtu.
By God, I hope it's true what you're saying. I'd rather it is like you were saying and not like I'm saying. But he told me what I told you. I hope it is true what you're saying. I never wish to have anything bad with anyone. He can come and declare for himself whether he told me that or not.
Right. But if the injury was in March or April 1999 in a shooting fire incident, that would be nothing to do with Communique 59 at all, wouldn't it?
I did not indulge into that. I was not interested. He pulled me aside and told me this, not only about the communique, but he told me about other things, people who had spoken badly about us. I didn't know that Jakub Krasniqi also wrote bad things about us, but after I saw those things in his book, I do believe that he did.
In fact, you only saw those when you only saw Mr. Krasniqi's book when the prosecution showed it to you last week. That's right, isn't it?
Oh.
Yes.
And just so we're clear, the date of Communique 59 is October 1998. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. Probably yes.
Very well. I'm going to move on to a different topic, witness, which is the funeral in Likashan on the 3rd of March 1998, which you were asked some questions about by the prosecution, and you've referred to, I think, a couple of times since. It's right, isn't it, that Serbian attacks in Likashan and Čirez villages on the 28th of February 1998 killed 24 civilians, Albanian civilians. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
A funeral procession was organised jointly by the LDK branches of Glogoc and Skenderaj because there were victims from both municipalities. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's true. Nobody else was involved in the organization at the time, apart from us, and Jakub knew this very well.
Well, Jakub Kusnici was involved in the organization of this funeral because he was the chairman of the branch from Drenas Glogoc at the time, correct?
It was Mehdi Bardi.
Now, you've told us that Logeta Pula made a speech in which she criticized Ibrahim Rugova. You remember saying that?
I remember it very well, and the entire population of Kosovo remembers it very well. It was very true. As part of her campaign, she thought that she would win some points by saying that, but with that, she shot herself in the foot. From that moment and up to today, I have never seen her again. And
you and your brothers were amongst those who reacted against her speech that day, weren't you?
The entire mass of people reacted. It was a huge reaction.
You were amongst those who reacted, weren't you? Yes or no?
It was a reaction of 200,000 people, huge reaction. And I and my brothers reacted too. Everybody reacted. All those who were smart and had the capacity to think reacted, while those who were hungry for power, they didn't. Because the hunger for power makes you go blind.
On behalf of the organizing committee, as the president of the Glogoc branch, Jakub Kusnici tried to calm the situation down, didn't he?
All the population tried to calm the situation down. The parents of the deceased, Sheremet Seydiu and others, reacted and removed her from the scene, from the stage. Mehdi Bardi reacted furiously. Halid Getzi and everybody from that area reacted.
Tears, don't you?
Of course I do. He is a man, a very good man from Alishev.
Alishev, correct?
Yes, he was from the LDK, the president of the LDK, arrested and kept in prison for a month for no reason, just because he was LDK, together with Tendescu, two of the best men from that area. And thank you for mentioning them, because I forgot to mention them.
Something different, and I'd like you to focus on the question that I'm asking. I'm going to put it to you. Jakub Kastrati has given a recent statement about these events, and he said that Jakub Kusnici himself withdrew, stepped back, and said that I am chairman of the LDK, I'm part of the LDK, what she said was a mistake. That's what Jakub Kusnici said at the occasion in Likoshan, isn't it?
It is possible that he said that. That's what he said, that's what he thought. But Jakub Kastrati is a good man, a good activist who suffered for a month in prisons, and they went to his home and then he went silent. As of that moment, to whoever house Hashim Thaçi went, they went silent afterwards.
I'm going to move on to a different topic in relation to Licots now. And you've said in your preparation session, Prep Note 2, paragraph 25, that during the war, you never wanted to go to Licots and you were never based in Licots. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. The center in Licots was of the LPK that called themselves UCK. It was the LPKs. As I said, I followed a different path.
I'm just asking you clearly, because you didn't personally go there, you don't personally know whether Jakub Krasniqi was there or what was going on at that location. That's correct, isn't it?
In that respect, I have nothing to do with Licots.
Now, moving to a different topic, which is the salute. Now, you said to the prosecution in your interview in 2018, and it was part 3, page 4, that Jakub Krasniqi saluted with the fist just like you were in Russia. It was on TV. You surely know about it. And my question to you is, you haven't provided the prosecution with the details of this television program, the date it was aired, the event that was featured. You haven't given those details, have you? Yes or no?
I believe that the prosecution has everything, and so the court and the entire Kosovo knows that Greetings with a Fist belong to that organization. And the moment that Jakub Krasniqi appeared in public, he appeared with a fist salute.
Have a look, please, at 078323 to 078530 at page 078418. Your Honour, whilst we're waiting for that to come up, I see that I forgot to tender an article from earlier, which was the Badal Mahmouti article, DJK 01051 to DJK 01055, and I would tender that.
Any objection?
No.
DJK 01051 is admitted.
Thank you. I think the page is there now, and if we could scroll down,
Just a
please.
moment, we have to get a number assigned to it.
Just to clarify, it is entire article, as we show only 2 pages.
I would seek the entire article, yes.
Entire article. So it's ERN DJK 01051 to DJK 01055, Albanian and English version,
Yes, please.
will be admitted as 4D00088. Classification is public. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
Thank you. And please could we scroll down on the page on screen? Witness, do you recognise this as the first page of a book written by your brother Gani Getchi? Or the cover page, I should say.
Yes.
Could we turn, please, in the English to page 073483, and I think in the Albanian it's the same document at 078382.
Just to clarify with the Council, English and Albanian are within the same document?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you. And the paragraph I'm looking at is the one that refers to Shaban Shaller, and I'll read it to you. It's in the middle of the page on the English from your brother's book. Then came into the question greeting with the fist, something that was not shown anywhere. Shaban Shaller showed up in Albanian television, in Albanian television, prepared by Nuhi Bertucci, greeting with fist in the Puznik, where also happened the first intervention, during which was killed one boy of Halilai family in Turdets. Jakub Kuznici made a speech during the mortal ceremony. So it's clear that in his book, your brother Gani Getsi is describing Shaban Shala being shown in an Albanian television program by Nuhi Bertucci, greeting with the fist. That's what Gani Getsi says in this book, isn't it?
Mirë, këta që kanë shkruar libra
Now, those who wrote books, including my brother, should speak about things that should say things about what they wrote. If I had written a book, I would stand by what stands in the book. So Jakub and the others who wrote books should do the same. I know that Jakub Krasniqi, when he appeared publicly, he appeared with a fist, and the fist was damaging because internationals who visited, they were asking about the fist thing. We were not communists, we were not terrorists, because the propaganda of the enemy would only make public isolated incidents so that to show us as fundamentalists. One person would be taken as an example for a larger group. I personally went to all the points, and wherever I went, my friends or whoever was there, they were convinced that they should no longer use the fist. It's not something that nobody knows, that Jakub Krasniqi actually saluted with a fist. It's public knowledge.
Jo veç Jakub Krasniqi.
And not only Jakub Krasniqi, Shaban Shala too. I personally didn't see him, but Shaban Shala too and others were the same.
But the short point is, in his book, your brother is speaking about Shaban Shala saluting with the fist, not Jakub Kuznici. That's the paragraph. That's what the paragraph we've just looked at says, isn't it?
My brother saw Shaban Shala. I saw Jakub Krasniqi when the KLA came onto the scene in a position of readiness. I saw the salute with the fist. This is the truth. You, as a defense counsel, are doing damage to us and to them.
You haven't given a single detail of when you saw this, where you saw it. You haven't given the prosecution any of those details, have you?
Do you want me to give you the details now?
In your interview in 2018.
I can give them to you now. Say I've forgotten to give them before, I will give you the details now in front of the court.
Appearance of Mr. Kuznici. You said the moment Jakub Kuznici appeared in public.
Then why are you asking me?
He sat behind a desk at that appearance, sir. I'm putting it to you that you have got it wrong, and your brother's book was correct. It was Shaban Shala that your family saw saluting with a fist.
I didn't receive interpretation. Now you're telling me who I saw. He saw Shaban Shala, I saw Jakub Krasniqi. What you're saying is quite interesting.
Now, I want to move on to a different topic, please, and show a different document, which is DJK 01042 in the English and Albanian. I'm sorry, there's no Albanian on this document. The English is DJK 01042. So I'll read it, the relevant bits for you, witness. It's dated 27th of November 2009. It's from Balkan Insight. And the relevant paragraph begins at paragraph 2. The deputy from the opposition party, Democratic League of Dardania LDD, Gani Getsi, said that orders were given to kill Agim Veliu from the Democratic League of Kosovo and Adam Salihai from Democratic League of Dardania. Addressing Parliament, he said, "I have proof of that. Honoured Parliament President, you are not, neither is the Prime Minister among those who ordered murder." But in the government, there are men who've ordered the murder of deputies of our colleagues, Getsi added. And it continues one paragraph further down. Well, in fact, I'll pause there at the moment. Were you familiar with this incident in 2009 when Gani Getsi raised this issue in the parliament in Kosovo?
None of this is a statement I should be dealing with, and I'm telling you straight away, this is not true. He never said that somebody from the Democratic League of Kosovo gave any such orders. You have it all mixed up and confused. Your Honors, none of this is true. This is... I don't even understand. I can't get a meaning out of this.
Witness, let me just try and clarify it. This article is saying that Gani Getsi raised in Parliament an allegation that orders were given to kill Agim Veliu and Adam Salihai. Do you recall that event?
Now what you're saying now is completely different from what you stated before.
Witness, but if we've had an issue on interpretation, I apologise. My question is simply, do you recall this incident in November 2009?
Your Honors, what he said before and what he's saying now is like day and night, completely different. It is true indeed that Agim Veliu and Adam Salihai were targeted by such attempts. But it's not only them, but all those who were obstacles to their plans were targeted. They tried to intimidate them, and when they did not manage to do that, they liquidated them. Gani raised this, but I'm raising it now as his brother, and I thank you for asking the question, because I omitted it. You're reminding me of these facts. Thank you.
He raised this issue in Parliament in November 2009, and I think from that your answer is yes, you remember that. Is that correct?
Gani Getsi
raised the issue of the killings of important people in Kosovo everywhere he went to. This is about prominent people, people who embodied values, higher values, which was unthinkable for any Albanian to be targeted and killed.
The article continues. Parliamentary Speaker Jakub Koznici denied the request, claiming that the alleged evidence should be sent to the police. Proof should be sent to the prosecution. Parliament's not a court, said Koznici. It's right, isn't it, that Jakub Koznici said that this evidence ought to be sent to the police? That's right, isn't it, Willis? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
And Jakub Koznici has made here is a very accurate and proper statement. and Ganigesi has always consistently submitted to authorities, courts and prosecution, anything he had in his hands. And it's right what Jakub Krasniqi stated here, because he's a wise, intelligent man who knows that things need to be submitted with the authorities, the prosecution and the police authorities.
TF 00398 to 398180, and this is another document where the English and the Albanian are in the same document. The page references are 398176 and 398179. No. This is from a witness statement that was taken from a man called Adriz Zechirai. And partway down this page, what he says, we can see it midway down in the English. Adem Salihu told me he would give me 15,000 euros more, i.e. 45,000 euros, if I would give a written statement signed by my personal signature and record a CD with my personal voice. I told him I wanted to know in details what he was talking about. Then he explained me that he wanted me to give a statement where I would claim that I had been paid to kill him, Adem Salihu. Next, he asked me if I'd ever heard about Azim Sula. I told him I'd never before heard about that person. Had you heard, witness, that there were allegations that people had offered bribes in return for false evidence about crimes against members of the LDK? Yes or no? Have you heard that before, witness?
I have never heard of this. And with respect to Adem Salihu, I can swear now that this is a lie. It's a staged thing. Adem Salihu is a strong personality. This is staged to mislead people to think that this is also true. Adem Salihu is a very strong, unbreakable person, and he would never do that. I can take a responsibility for this personally. I know his character. This is a lie. He's a strong man with a strong personality. He was unbreakable, and he still is. This is why they blackmailed him, peddling lies, intimidating, anything they thought. These are the worst things amongst Albanians. The person behind this, who designed, conceived this, was ill-intentioned, and this resulted in all this.
Topics. And these are to do with issues you've been discussing already today. The first relates to Miliam Zeka, and the second to Jakub Kuznicki's Facebook post. Now, in relation to Miliam Zeka, you've already said, I think, to Mr. Misetic several times that Gani Getsi told you that Miliam Zeka had told him that Jakub Kuznicki had said that Hashim Thaçi wrote Communique 59. You've confirmed that already. That's what you say, isn't it?
Shishani.
Look, the public statement of Jakub Krasniqi itself is honorable because he set the record straight. It was his greatest manly act to tell the truth publicly as he did. Now, the rest, I don't see how that can be of any interest for us.
You don't know whether Milaim Zeka was telling the truth or not, do you?
But Milaim spoke to all of them, and they know it. Milaim was involved with all of them. They all told him something, and then Milaim in turn said something. They are here. All these people present here spoke with Milaim, all of them. They all cooked and conceived and designed things with Milaim. He's the design behind this.
Speculating, isn't it? Because you were not there when Milaim Zeka spoke with any of these people, were you? If indeed he did.
They are here, you can ask them. I never speculate.
So you don't...
I never speculate. Milaim made public statements in the media with respect to Communique 59. You should go out there and apologize to the Gacy brothers because you included in their false things. And what Milaim told my brother, you will hear this from my brother in person when he will come and testify. I don't want to go further into that. It's an interesting fact that he doesn't want to talk to me either. I don't want to talk to him, he doesn't want to talk to me.
He doesn't want to talk to you, is that?
I don't want to have any contacts with him.
Am I following?
None. And I never wanted to have any contacts with him. And you know why? Because he's a man of 1,000 intrigues. And I can't be like that. You would need to listen to them on TV shows and record them and put them in front of you. Milaim contacted and conversed with all of them during the war, after the war. He was there as a reporter, interviewed them. Milaim was involved in every dealings, including dodgy dealings with them.
Is DJK 01061. Same in the, that should be the Albanian, the English should be ET. 01061. Now, this is an article from 2020 about Milaim Zeka, which makes the point at the bottom of this page, if we could scroll down, that Zeka himself has been sued for defamation on many occasions. We've got the photograph of him there. This is the same Milaim Zeka that you're speaking about, isn't it?
Yes, this is Milaim Zeka himself.
It makes the point that defamation lawsuits against Milaim Zeka have been repeatedly filed and continue to be filed, always for the false claims he makes about specific individuals. and I won't read on, but this is exactly what you've been telling us when you say he's a man of 1,000 intrigues, isn't it?
Milaim Zeka është personi që
Milaim Zeka is the person who stayed with them, socialized with them, and told to them repeatedly on television, apologized to them. He asked the staff, the entire staff, to apologize to us. I don't know what the tricks between them. I don't know all this scheming. All I know is I don't want to have anything to do with Milaim Zeka. I don't even want him to say hello. And not particularly Milaim, but any person who's into these intrigues, I don't want to have anything to do with them. But in this case, he was right. That doesn't mean that he was always wrong. Because Milaim himself was maltreated by them when things changed.
To do with him, and I'm putting it to you, you don't know whether Milaim Zeka was telling the truth when he spoke to your brother, do you?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered multiple times now.
Sustained.
Well on. And I tender the article DJK 0161 and 016 to 0163.
Yes, objection on the grounds of lack of relevance, Your Honor. It's not clear what this is about or how it relates to the facts the witness is here to testify about.
Well, Milaim Zeka is not being called as a prosecution witness, but he's the person that this witness is and the prosecution are relying on to attribute certain statements to Mr. Krasniqi, which we do not accept.
Well, it has very little relevance at this time, but I will admit it. We'll give it the weight it deserves.
Thank you, Your Honor. This document DJK 01061 to DJK 01063, Albanian and English translation, will receive exhibit number 4D00089. Classification is public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to the final topic now, witness, which is the Facebook response from Mr. Krasniqi. Now, could we have on the screen, please, DJK 01060 in English and Albanian? Now, you've spoken already with Mr. Misetic this morning about Mr. Thaçi apologising for communique 59. I want to take you further to a transcript of what Mr. Thaçi said. He was asked about communique 59, and the question was, what can you tell us further about it? And in the middle of that first paragraph of his response, he said, I cannot recall all the statements made by either the spokespersons or the communiques and declarations. But in response to your question, I can say that even during the war, just as today, there were certain individuals who abused the KLA's war, the name of the KLA, and the name of certain individuals from the KLA. Now, do you recall seeing that in the statement that Mr. Thaçi gave at the time?
No, I hadn't seen them before. I'm hearing this for the first time, but Dirk Krasniqi has explained this very well here.
381-061381 ET, and the same in the Albanian.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but perhaps it can be clarified once again to the witness who was saying those words. He seems to be attributing it to Jakub Krasniqi.
Yes, I think you should do that.
The passage I just read out was from Mr. Thaçi speaking on an interview now available on YouTube. Had you understood that, witness?
No, I didn't. That's not how I understood it. YouTube. Now I see.
Now, I wanted to go to 061381. I'm grateful for the clarification.
For the record, this document was submitted as P01751.
Thank you. Now, this is what was shown to you by the prosecution last week as a Facebook post by Mr. Krasniqi. This is the document that you were shown last week and again, I think, yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Begins in the second paragraph by saying, as he mentioned the KLA's spokespersons during his interview, I considered it necessary to issue a public statement. And it continues. So this is a response by Mr. Krasniqi to the passage that I read you earlier in which Mr. Thaçi had referred to the spokespersons, correct?
Correct. That I saw this when it was shown to me by the prosecutor. And everything that is there reflects what I've said about Jakub and is sufficient. I haven't said anything more.
The whole post was read to you by Mr. Patch yesterday on the record. It says, doesn't it, that no communiques containing lists of names of Ibrahim Rugova or other Albanian political activists were released on behalf of the general staff of the KLA, because we would have responded at that time as our fight was directed against the occupier only. So it's denying that any such communiques were issued on behalf of the general staff. That's what it says, isn't it?
They now have become more devout than Ibrahim Rugova himself, but not at the time. He has explained it here, but it's of interest for everyone, including the president of the court, to see everything in order to evaluate them. He said that the communiques were not written from the Bahnhofs or train stations abroad, but they were written in Pristina, and we know who was responsible for them. They know better, and it would be better for them to tell the truth. Jakub Krasniqi has said a considerable part of the truth here, which is to be appreciated.
Actually knows very well that I and many of the commanders of Drenitzer Operative Zone objected the Communique 59 because it relied on inaccurate and disparaging claims regarding Mr. Getsi. I would have voiced my objection if such claims would have been made against any Albanian family. Pausing there, it's right, isn't it, that commanders in the Drenitzer Zone did object to Communique 59. You were shown a document to that effect, I think, yesterday. That's correct, isn't it?
Congratulations, Jakub Krasniqi. You said the truth and it was worth it. Amongst many other things, this is something that is true, not because it's of personal interest to me, but because it's the truth and I value the truth. And I knew that you were a man who would say the truth, although sometimes you deviated a little bit.
Now, nothing in this Facebook post identifies specifically who wrote Communique 59, does it?
Ka thonë që komunikator
He said, like I said, throw the stone and hide your hand. So all from the staff were saying this, and until we reached that point in time when we found out who threw the stone.
And that simply means that an apology should say who was responsible. That's all it means, isn't it?
qysh edhe një herë?
Can you please repeat the question?
The proverb, throw the stone and hide the hand, that simply means if you're going to apologise, it's better to identify who did it. That's all it means, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honour. It's not clear what's being asked of the witness.
He can answer if he knows.
E gjun ngurin e mshef duhet.
They themselves said this, throw the stone, hide the hand. The person who does this is not a good thing to do. They said directly to the person who threw the stone and hid the hand. They said, you threw the stone, don't hide the hand.
Mund ka thonë.
And he told that person, you personally told me so. He told him what happened in reality. You told me this. Is this clear?
I'm going to put it to you. You've heard Mr. Misic took you through the political disagreements between Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Thaçi. If Mr. Krasniqi had wanted to say that Hashim Thaçi wrote Communique 59, he'd have said so expressly in this Facebook post, wouldn't he?
Objection, Your Honour. The witness can't know what's going on in Jakub Krasnici's mind.
Sustained.
Very well. I'll put it finally. This Facebook post does not identify who wrote Communique 59, does it?
Tu thuhet diçka tjetër.
It reads something different here. It says Communique 59 is a complete lie. We don't stand by it. It's written from the staff, inside the staff, which Hashim claims it was written from abroad, which was denied. It was not written from the train stations. There were other communiques for which apologies were issued, but not 20 years in waiting. This could have been done earlier, and we would have avoided people being killed. Why didn't they apologize immediately after the communique? But only 20 years later, coming out and saying, oh, we wrote this communique and we apologize for it. It would have been much easier to 3 days later apologize and say we made a mistake and that is not true. We apologize. Let's move on. There are communiques for which they apologized. Why precisely in relation to this one, which would set ablaze so many things, which would have so many repercussions in Indonesia and Kosovo, they did not apologize.
If you can finish up, that's fine. If not, don't feel any pressure. We can come back and you can finish
I
that.
can finish in one question. Okay.
Go ahead.
Stripped of any political speeches, I'm putting it to you that this communique does not identify who wrote, this Facebook post does not identify who wrote Communique 59, and it says that Mr. Krasniqi would have voiced his objection if such claims had been made against any Albanian family. That's as far as this document goes, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. The first part of the question is asked and answered, and the second part of the question does not even follow from the first.
Overruled. You may answer if you can. Do you want the question repeated?
Yes, please.
I'll read it back from the transcript. It said, stripped of political speeches, I'm putting it to you that this Facebook post does not identify who wrote Communique 59, and it says that Mr. Krasniqi would have voiced his objection if such claims had been made against any Albanian family. That's as far as the Facebook post goes, isn't it?
Again, Jakub Krasniqi sets the record straight for many aspects of it. These communiques were not written from train stations somewhere abroad. They were written in Kosovo. He voiced his objection publicly with respect to Communique 59. The rest is self-evident.
That's everything. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. We'll take a 10-minute break, as we did before. You'll come back to the courtroom at 3:40. We'll call that 3:43. We'll adjourn till then. Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. Any redirect, Mr. Pouch?
No, thank you.
Witness, we have some questions from the judges now, so please give them your attention. We'll begin with Judge Barta, who's to my left and your right.
Thank you very much, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, Mr. Getchi.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Getchi, the panel has followed your testimony over the last 2 days with great interest. But as the presiding judge just mentioned, we have some more questions for you, which we believe are necessary to better understand your evidence. My questions not only concern what you have told us today and yesterday during your direct examination and cross-examination by the parties in this courtroom, but also what you told the prosecution during your preparation session last week, and what is reflected in preparation notes 1 and 2 of the SPO. Do you understand this?
Yes.
I would like to ask Madam Court Officer to bring up, for the benefit of the parties, Preparation Note 1, which is Exhibit P01741, on the screen, and go to paragraph 7 of that note. Could you please go to page 3? So the next page. Thank you. Mr. Getty, according to that paragraph, or in that paragraph, there's a reference to page 12, line 16 of your SPO statement from 2018. And it's about an incident in Chires. And it is said here in the note, I'm aware there's no Albanian version of the note, but please listen carefully to my question and try to answer the question as briefly and as precisely as possible. So according to paragraph 7 of the prosecution's note, Mr. Mehdi Bardi told you that Mr. Bardi and others had been mistreated by a group of people, mainly Mr. Hashim Thaçi. And it is also said here that part of the group in Chires had included Samiye Sekirai, a member of parliament, and that the women had been put aside and had not been mistreated. My first question for you, Mr. Getty, is do you remember saying this to the prosecution last week during your preparation session?
Yes, I remember it very well. Yes, very well. And Samia is a female, not a man.
But it's sufficient to answer the question first with yes or no, as you were told a couple of times. So my next question, Mr. Getty, is, and again ask for a precise answer if possible. When did Mr. Bardi tell you this? When did you have that conversation with Mr. Bardi about the incident in Chires? What year? What month?
I and Mr. Bardi were good associates or in good relations, and I spoke with him about this case after the war. He told me about this after the war, but he also wrote a book. I don't know if you are familiar with Mr. Bardi's book. He told me that Hashim Thaçi entered the room where he was without knocking the door as the president of a country.
I asked for a year. You said after the war. Could you be more precise in that regard? Which year did Mr. Bardi tell you something about the incident in Chires?
We had constant contact with Mr. Bardi after the war. I'm bad with dates, and even to this day, I think very highly of him. He's in poor health now.
Was that conversation immediately after the war or later on?
Immediately after the war.
And where did that conversation take place?
I met with Mehdi in Pristina because he continued to work for the party, but also in his house, in my house, everywhere.
Thank you. And again, please be as precise as possible. What did Mr. Thaçi do exactly according to Mr. Bardi?
Personazhi kryesor.
The main character in Chirez events was Hashim Thaçi. What he did to him is described in his book. He told me that they were ill-treated, and he served some others with beers and chicken.
Who served others with beers and chicken?
I heard an activist saying here that they had been served with beer and chicken. And when I heard that, I felt glad that they had been served that. It's Gergi Deda who said this here in this court.
Leaving that aside, what did Mr. Bardi tell you immediately after the war in Pristina, I think you said, about what Mr. Thaçi did exactly? Did he Mr. Thaçi mistreat other people in Shiraz? Personally, with his own hands?
Personally, not in Chirez, but when they were taken there, they took them somewhere in Baiz or somewhere, because they were stopped in Chirez and then taken to Baiz. But for the events in Chirez, the person who was present there, the MP that you mentioned, Sami Ezechirai, was there, and if these people who were there choose to speak the truth, they can tell the truth. I personally was not there, but he said that the person who was there was Hashim Thaçi himself, but he did not say, Mehdi that is, that he was served with chicken.
I'm not so much interested in the chicken. I'm interested to hear from you what Mr. Bardi told you about Mr. Thaçi's involvement. You said Mr. Bardi said he was present. Did Mr. Thaçi do anything else apart from being present according to what Mr. Bardi told you?
Most of the ill treatment came from Mr. Thaçi. This is what Mehdi Bardi told me. Whether he exaggerated, whether it actually happened, that I don't know, but this is what he told me with in his own words.
Thank you. My next question is, who else belonged to the group of people who allegedly mistreated Mr. Bardi and the others? You spoke about a group of people. You mentioned a group of people in your, at least according to preparation note 1, paragraph 7. Who else belonged to that group?
The group included Sabit Gezi as well, but the main person who was responsible for questioning them, for asking them questions, was Hashim Thaçi. Gani Kotsi was also there, who knew these people very well.
Did Mr. Bardi tell you anything about what Mr. Sabit Gezi did during the incident in Chirez?
He said that Sabit Getty was present when they were put into vehicles, and that Ghani Koti was present. Mehdi Bardi thought that George Dedai was maltreated by mistake for another George. The interpreter did not hear the full name of the second person.
Can you please repeat the name of the second person you just mentioned?
Another person from LDK, an associate of President Regova, appointed Minister of the Interior Recep Gergi. So his name was mixed up with the name of George Dedai. And later on, this was figured out. This is what Mehdi Bardi said.
Thank you. And did Mr. Bardi tell you anything about threats that came from Mr. Zabit Getty? Did he mention any threats?
You.
No. He just mentioned Sabit as someone ordinary person, as someone ordinary there. He mentioned the other one as the main person, and Mr. Kotsi was there, present, because he knew them. It is possible that Hashim Thaçi didn't know them.
So Mr. Bardi didn't mention any threats or threatening behavior by Mr. Zabit Getty? Is that your evidence?
He didn't mention that to me. He wrote a book. He didn't tell me those things. Maybe he didn't want to. I don't know, but he didn't tell me those things.
Getty, I would like to move on to the next question, and my next question is about, my next questions actually are about paragraph 9. And Court Officer, could you please scroll down? Thank you. In paragraph 9 of preparation note 1, you can find a reference to page 19, lines 10 to 11 of your 2018 statement, and it is said here that you told, Mr. Getty, you told the prosecution during your preparation session that the KLA General Staff had been an LPK body. Again, I have to ask, do you remember telling this to prosecution last week?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain briefly why you say so, why you think that the KLA General Staff had been an LPK body?
Because all these people were members of the LPK or OMLK. And up until their arrival, the relations were perfect. There were no divisions amongst the Albanians up until March, end of March 1998. All of the Albanians were united in the war against Serbia.
Thank you. And can you tell us who from the KLA General Staff was a member, in your view, your opinion, a member of or otherwise affiliated with the LPK? Not interested in hearing any wait, please wait for my question. Not interested in hearing explanations. I'm only interested in hearing names. Please, you can go ahead.
Hashim Thaçi was linked to LPK, Recep Selimi with LPK, Jakub Krasniqi with LPK, and all the rest. They were all from the LPK. There's nothing bad being a member of the LPK. It is just the truth.
Thank you. I would like to move on to my next topic and my next questions, which can be, or which relate to paragraph 14 of preparation note 1. and the part I'm interested in is on page 5 of preparation note 1, the second last sentence. Mr. Getty, in the aforementioned paragraph, or according to that paragraph, you told the prosecution in your preparation session that, and I quote from the preparation note here, only the KLA leaders were with the LPK, those beneath them had supported the LDK, end of quote. What I'm interested in is the following. We heard a couple of times in this courtroom that around 90% of the Albanian population of Kosovo supported the LDK and President Rugova before the war. Is that right?
That's 100% correct.
And if someone wanted to join the KLA who had supported the LDK, would that be a problem for this person? Not talking about people who had an official function or position in the LDK. I'm talking about like ordinary supporters of the LDK.
Those who appeared to voice their opinions about the LDK, they suffered more. The rest, they did their jobs, they did their work. It was an extraordinary situation, a state of war.
Apparently you have foreseen what I wanted to ask you next, and this would be what would happen to someone who had, as I said, an official function or role or position in the LDK and who was explicitly and openly against the KLA. Would this person have to face consequences from the KLA, and if so, what would those consequences be, if you know?
Those who were unbreakable had obstacles. Some attempted to commit suicide, some were killed, some others gave up. The advice of Mr. Rugova was to prevent feuds between Albanians, to preserve peace, and this is what we did, and we worked towards that goal.
Would those people also be detained by the KLA as far as you know?
Some were detained, just like those who were detained in Malishev. Sedi Koca was detained in Drenica. Haki Meri was killed. Jafer Behrami was killed. They were supporters. Wherever these persons would show up, there would be no other political parties. Everybody would support them and many others.
Thank you. My next question refers to paragraph 20 of preparation note 1 on page 6 of the note. Here it is recorded, Mr. Getty, that you told the prosecution during your preparation session that you knew that Mr. Thaçi was the KLA political representative in 1998 and 1999, and which was the reason why you went to Mr. Thaçi's house in December 1998 to ask for his response to Communique 59, and we'll come back to that communique in due course. But My question is here, how did you know that Mr. Thaçi was the political representative of the KLA in 1998 and 1999?
They made these names public. Afterwards, LPK made these names public. And this was known to everybody, not only me.
Thank you. Could we please move on to paragraph 22 of preparation note 1 on page 7? Thank you. This is, or this paragraph is about what Mr. Tahir Zemai had allegedly told you about the incident with Hashim Thaçi and Recep Salimi after the war. And it is said here that nobody else had been present when Mr. Zemai and you had this discussion, and that Mr. Zemai told you that Mr. Thaçi stated they did not accept the agreement between Ramush Haradinaj and Mr. Zemai. Again, my question, you remember discussing this with the prosecution during your preparation session? Yes?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us when exactly did Mr. Zemai tell you this? You said after the war, but could you please be more precise? Could you maybe give a year, a month, or both?
I've met with Mr. Zemai several times. He was a professional military officer and I trusted him immensely. And Kosovo needed him more than anything because it needed a professional in those extraordinary circumstances. So we discussed on many occasions and he told me that they came following an agreement, and according to that agreement, Tahir Zemai was supposed to be the commander and Ramush Haradinaj deputy commander. And this agreement was also accepted by Ramush Haradinaj. However, when Hashim Thaçi and Recep Salimi went there, this agreement was not accepted, and this had consequences for the entire zone. And this was in nobody's interest. It was damaging to the entire area of Dugajin and to everybody else.
Thank you. I think this is helpful, but can you try to be more precise in relation to the time, or as regards the time you had the conversation with Mr. Zemai? Or was it more than one conversation where he told you this?
I talked to him on several occasions. In 2001, he was in Skanderai. He visited us. I met with him in Pristina, in Skanderai, and this topic came up and we discussed it. There's a book which I would assume you have, and which is more reliable than my words, which relates this. Now, what I'm stating here is what he told me.
It was not long after the war you had the conversations with Mr. Zemai, is that right? You mentioned 2000.
Correct.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next question or set of questions, paragraph 24 of preparation note 1. And you already discussed this with server defense teams, the Thaçi defense and the Krasniqi defense earlier today. Here it is said again that Mr. Milaim Seka had stated that Fatmir Limaj, Recep Salimi and Jakub Krasniqi all told him, namely Mr. Zekai, that it was Hashim Thaçi who wrote the communique. It is said here, and it's a reference if I'm not mistaken, to communique 59. And it is also said here that Gani Geche, your brother, should have the recording of this conversation. My first question, Mr. Geche, in this context is the following. Can you try to tell us when did Mr. Zekai say this to your brother? When did Mr. Zekai Zeka had the conversation with your brother? Mr. Mizetic from the Thaçi defense suggested to you, I'm not sure whether you confirmed that, and if it's the case, please do that, but I'm not sure whether you already did, that the conversation between Mr. Gani Geche, your brother, and Mr. Zekai took place no later than April 2017. Is that right?
Gani Geci, vlovim.
My brother, Gani Geci, contacted Milim Zeka on a regular basis, at different times. He is in a better position to give you a more accurate answer. He is in constant contact with him. I never contacted him.
Evidence that you don't know exactly when this conversation took place?
Correct, I don't know. I know he's in constant contact with him, so I don't know when did this actually happen.
Before or after April 2017?
Maybe wrong with the dates. I know that Gani was in a regular contact with Midaim before the 17th and after the 17th.
Thank you. And was it a telephone conversation your brother had with me, or more than one telephone conversation your brother had with Mr. Zeka?
They meet in person. They also communicate on the phone, or they meet in person.
Present when Mr. Zekai told your brother what Mr. Limai, Mr. Recep Selimi, and Mr. Jakub Kosnici told him about Mr. Thaçi's involvement, alleged involvement in the issue, in issuing the communique 59.
I was never present.
And according to what your brother had told you, did Mr. Zekai mention where and when Mr. Limai, Mr. Selimi, Recep Selimi, and Mr. Jakub Kosnici had told him that it was Hashim Thaçi who wrote Communique 59?
I don't recall the dates. I have a poor memory for that. Gani is a person who's willing to appear here and tell you directly about all these things.
One or two more questions. And was it, if it's possible for you to say that, was it during or after the war, according to Mr. Zekai? Mr. Zekai had these conversations with the three, Mr. Limai, Mr. Recep Selimi, and Mr. Krasniqi. Can you say that?
Zeka has always been in regular contacts with them, uninterrupted, including with my brother, Gani. That's all I know.
Thank you. My last question on this topic. According to paragraph 24 of preparation note 1, you told the prosecution that your brother should have the recording of this conversation. This is why I was asking about a telephone conversation, but you already clarified that. What kind of recording did you mean here?
Milaimi kapak.
Milaim likes to say certain things, but my brother prefers to have the original. And I believe he has some material and he will tell you about it when he will appear here. And please tell him, your brother said that you know, so please tell us what you know. That's all I know.
I will try to remember if we have the chance to talk to your brother, but I'm not sure about that at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you. My respects.
Or questions which are about paragraph 32 of preparation note 1. And this paragraph deals with what you learned, what happened to Mr. Castrati, Jakub Castrati, and Mr. Cendescu during the war. And you said, according to that paragraph, or you told the prosecution last week, according to that paragraph, that you spoke with both Mr. Castrati and Mr. Descu after the war around 2001, and they told you that Mr. Hashim Thaçi was the main person behind what had happened to them, and you had the conversation with Mr. Castrati first, or in other words, Mr. Castrati was the first to mention Mr. Thaçi's involvement to you, and then Mr. Descu, on a separate occasion, told you about Mr. Thaçi's alleged involvement. I would like to ask you the following now. What exactly did Mr. Thaçi do according to Mr. Castrati?
Skena.
It was a public event, a stage, that two prominent LDK figures were arrested. This was public information. I believe you have this. And at that time, he had difficulties identifying him. It was difficult at the time. At a later stage, he managed to identify him. He would not go into details, but he would say it was Hashim Thaçi. Now, was Hashim Thaçi there? This is what he told me. He's here to confirm or not. It is also true that he paid a visit to his house. I don't know about the rest.
Who paid a visit to his house? Mr. Thaçi to Mr. Castrati's house? Or?
Hashim Thaçi.
Hashim Thaçi. This is what he said. I wouldn't know more.
You don't know more about the visit?
You.
About what happened?
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. This was public when these people were taken away and detained for a month. That following a reaction from the American office, they were released. They have more information in this regard. I don't.
Please repeat my previous question because it was not recorded, the transcript. I ask you, you don't know, or is it correct that you don't know anything about when Mr. Thaçi visited Mr. Kostradi's house? What was?
It is correct that I don't know.
Anything about the purpose of the visit? Either?
I do not know about that. He does.
And what did Mr. Descu tell you about Mr. Thaçi's involvement in the, or alleged involvement in the incident with the two, Mr. Kostradi and Mr. Descu? And please be as precise as possible.
Only that it was Hashim Thaçi. He never went into any further details. He explained this on TV shows to reporters on several occasions. But that's all I know.
Did Mr. Kostradi and or Mr. Descu mention why they thought that Mr. Thaçi was, as you said, the main person behind what had happened to them?
They knew him or identified him after the war. During the war, they did not know who he was.
So they didn't mention any facts on which they base the assumption that he was the main person?
Correct. I did not go into further details. I was not keen to know more. It was not in my interest.
Just for your information, Mr. Getchi and the other parties, I tried to finish my questions within this session. I hope I can finish by 4:30, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'll go a bit over the 4:30, 2 or 3 minutes, I hope. But I try to be brief. My next question, you don't have to, Madam Court Officer, you don't have to bring it up, is about Preparation Note 2, paragraph 25, which was also mentioned and discussed with and by the Krasniqi defense earlier this afternoon, and it's about what you, according to the note, preparation note, told the prosecution during a preparation session about Likots. And it is said here that you had heard during the war that Süleyman Selimi, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi were all based in Likots, and that you didn't want to go to Likots because the people there, or you were in favor of the West, and the people there in Likots were in favor of communist practices that were unacceptable to you, and because the people in Likots wanted to kill or liquidate everyone against them. Again, my question, remember discussing this with the prosecution and with the Krasniqi defense today and with the prosecution last week?
Yes, we discussed it. And it is true that I did not go to Likots.
Thank you. And who told you that Mr. Süleyman Selimi, Mr. Recep Selimi, and Mr. Jakub Krasniqi were all based in Likots during the war? Who told you this? Where did you get that information from?
I knew, the international community knew that the LPK, the head of the so-called KLA, was based in Likots. It was not only them there were also good young men there and other people who were stationed there.
And who told you that the people in Likots were in favor of communist practices?
LPK. Supported a communist approach or orientation. Until 95, if you were to read the newspapers, you would understand immediately. They refer to America as imperialist, and they thought that the only path to solving all problems was this one. And this is the truth.
And my last question on this topic, where did you get the information that people in Likos wanted to kill or liquidate everyone against them? Where does that come from?
LPK
The LPK was an organization which I explained fought to seize power. You can't seize power without removing people who are already there in place. This was what I meant.
And told you that people were liquidated in Likos. Is that right?
Correct. The power struggle. So two struggles, one for the country, institutions, and another one to seize power. Our movement with Rugova fought for state institutions, and these people fought to seize power. We suffered consequences related to this.
There in Likos during the war, as you said in your statement or in your during your preparation session.
Never.
You.
Thank you.
Is about what you told us earlier today about a conversation you had with Rame Bouya about Communique 59. Do you remember discussing this conversation with Rame Bouya in this courtroom?
Po?
Yes.
For the record, this can be found on pages 8 to 10 of the real-time transcript, and it was during direct examination by the SBO. And in this context, you said that Mr. Bouya told you he had spoken to people of, as you said, the staff of the LPK called KLA. Just to be clear on this point, are you referring to the general staff of the KLA here?
Rambuya was one of the members of the LPK General Staff. Rambuya is a Marxist. He's a leftist. We knew him very well. And I was disappointed at him why he allowed for such things to be said against us while being present there and while knowing us very well. So this is what I told him in short.
Said earlier today, the staff of the LPK called KLA, and you also said, you added that there was no other staff. You meant the KLA general staff, is that right?
There are two groups, the LPK staff and the Ministry of Defense of Ahmet Krasniqi, two groups, two organizations, one which had the support of the entire population to do anything in our power to avoid any events leading to fratricide and to concentrate and unite in our fight against Serbia, and the other group which was fighting for power and only for power.
Clear, I think, to all parties and participants now. Let's move on to my next question. You did, or who did Mr. Bouya talk to in the general staff of the KLA, according to what he told you? Did he mention names of individuals he spoke to?
He only knows. He didn't mention the names. He did tell me the following: I spoke up, but I had consequences. And he told them, you were wrong in doing this. He's alive. He told me this. I've mentioned this in on many occasions in the media, there hasn't been any reaction.
Last, I promise, 2 questions. My first question is in relation to what you said during your cross-examination by the Thaçi defense. According to page 61 of the real-time transcript, you said in the context of an alleged apology by Mr. Thaçi for the consequences of Communique 59 to your family, that you knew numerous cases where a person who was killed had later been made a hero. And my question is, without going into details, to which cases were you referring to, or were you referring here? Can you tell us at least the names of 2 persons who were killed by the KLA and later made a hero?
I will mention one name. It's the case of Haki Imeri. Haki Imeri, who was killed and then declared a hero. Now, who's the traitor? Are the traitors the murderers, or is the traitor the hero?
Nico, tratar.
At a certain moment in time, he was called the traitor, and then later became a hero. He was a hero in reality, but why call him a traitor, and why kill him? A man who held 2 university degrees, a close associate of mine who had the paper for the party convention, and he was killed with that in his pocket. And why? Because he was a man that enjoyed the total support of the people in that area. Jafar Berami was killed as well, a school director, an influential man in the area. Ismet Rahmani, one of the founders of the military academy of the KLA. But he stood on the side of the institutions of Kosovo, of the state of Kosovo, a man with the highest values in Acharev.
To that tomorrow. My final question for today is the following. We have talked a lot about Communique 59 and who authored it, and you said you were convinced that it had been authored by Hashim Thaçi. First of all, is that correct?
Exakt.
That's correct.
Thaçi had been the political representative of the KLA in 1998 and 1999, as far as you knew. Is that right?
Exakt.
That's correct.
I promise too much. This is actually my final question. Are you aware of an official document that was issued by and published in the name of the KLA General Staff, stating that Communique 59 was in fact not issued by the KLA General Staff, or that its content was not correct? Are you aware of such a document?
You.
No, I'm not. With your permission, I asked for information, for clarifications. For 20 years, this could have been done immediately after the war. So I did not hear of it. Your Honor, the consequences were grave. 2 of the best men in Dernica were killed. One of them left 2 daughters behind, and the other one was about to get married in 2 weeks. The bodyguard of the president. 2 of my brothers were gravely wounded, and all these are consequences of Communique 59. This is the truth.
Thank you.
Mr. Getchy, your testimony today is finished. We'll need to see you again tomorrow morning. Hopefully, we will be finished with you in the morning session. Please do not speak to anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom, and we hope you have a restful night, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Faleminderit.
Thank you.
Unless there is some subject to be brought up? None? We will be adjourned. We are adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.